So, we last left off with you guys at the execution or trial. Um, you decided to help the trial along by giving evidence and helping along with the guilty parties that resulted in the two kindred's death, the Syed and the Sire. After which you spoke for a short amount of time with each other, and as the party became to kind of come to a close, Um, as you were about to leave, a new face entered. A face that only one of you recognized as the North, the sheriff of London from the North Side, seems to have just arrived, and a few faces seem to be staring at him with disbelief. And the prince himself even stands, looking both annoyed and surprised. So, as he enters, and you can clearly see that there is a discomfort in the room. Does anyone do anything?
uh Politics roll to see if this is a person of power and I should like do a gesture of respect.
Sure.
Intelligence politics.
Yeah.
2 successes.
Two. You don't know who this person is, but from how people are reacting, this person obviously has some amount of power. The fact that the prince even stands when he walks in, and how people seem to be go quiet and then begin to mutter amongst themselves, you can tell that this person does have a place of authority.
I'm going to grab Alice's hand real quick and kind of like give it a slight downward tug as I like let go and put my hand on my stomach and bow,
He
and
will
I'll
go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna stay bowed until he walks past.
Okay.
Not like a full on like I would for like the prince or
Hmm.
a primogen, but like I will the slight bow, kind of a curtsy.
He will see this, not really say anything, but just kind of give a small nod as he begins to walk into the more center of the room. Anyone else do anything?
No. No. I, I
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of stand like everybody else is, and
They're like, why is Brandon prostrating for this fucking weird person? Like, what's he doing? We don't know him.
yeah,
Maybe
I've
Brandon just
I've had
into
enough
Silver
following your
Fox.
lead. Oh my god, yeah. I've had enough following your lead for a night. Uh,
But as people begin to move out the way and give him some space, some of the left behind Primogen kind of gather up at the side, wanting to see what is happening. Al Capone, however, does not. He seems to actually give him a wide berth and kind of gets to near the door of the room. The prince will look at this man and then go into a smile and a nod. Welcome. I did not expect your visit. The strange man will look at him and give a long, big bow. My apologies, Prince. I did not mean to throw off your. He will look at the ground, examining what happened here. Your trial. I assume it was a fair one. Well, I believe that is enough for tonight. And the prince will stand and look at the crowd. It is growing early. I suggest you all get back to your havens. What do you guys do?
I'm going to turn towards everyone else and nod, and I'm just gonna go like kind of bow to Capone and say, good eve, Lord, and leave.
Jessica?
Um, just seeing that like people are kind of starting to shuffle out the room. Jess is going to take that as an opportunity to sneak out and go hunt.
Okay.
Bye. She's out. She out.
And Nathaniel?
He's also going to go.
All right. TT?
You would have squawked away with Jessica.
Thought so. And Elia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna head out and just finish up the rituals that I have started.
Okay. You all make your way back into the night as most of the others join, as some do stay back. And as you leave, you'll see that most of the people leaving with you are in a bit of a uproar right now, as why he's here, what could be happening, and you can see all the Toreadors are in their gossip mode right now. But the party seems to quickly disperse, and you guys make your way back into the heart of Chicago. If I can find the goddamn... There it is. Ah, why are you here? So, where is everyone going? I know Jessica wants to go hunting, but where is everyone else going?
All you's going back to the house or whatever to finish up do that night do
Mhm.
tonight's stuff on the 2 bloodstones and get started on a mixture for the clinging of the insects.
Okay. Have you done the rouse checks for those?
I did the rouse checks for the 2 bloodstones already. I haven't done the rouse check for the for the cling of the insects. But you do that when you enact the ritual.
Right. Okay, and then yeah, that's fine. And Nathaniel, where would you be going?
I think he's actually going to go back to where he lost his coin, just to like see if anything changed.
Okay. Going back to the coin. And weird. TT, hello.
TT is going to he's going to get to brewing, I believe. He has some things to make and replace.
Okay. Those require rouse checks.
Yep.
Okay. Come to you in a moment. And Brandon, where are you going?
I'm going to look around for rumors of if anybody's seen or knows where Todd or D went.
And where would you go to try and find those rumors?
Probably more social settings,
Hmm.
like clubs, things like that.
Okay. All right, we'll start with you then. As you go out and kind of go to some of the hotspots for kindred in the city, some of the clubs that you know of, and make me a wits investigation.
Oof.
Oof.
Um,
You willpowering it?
uh, no, because I only have 1 wheelbarrow left.
Okay. In that case, you spend most of the rest of the night kind of trying to figure out any clues where he could have gone, Todd or D. Has anyone heard from them? Has anyone seen them? But from everyone you speak to, they also don't know where they are, or where they last were, or anyone who last saw them. And it's coming quite apparent that maybe from what you've heard around, especially from some of the Nos that you talked to in the night, maybe they're not even in the city anymore.
Well, fuck.
From there, would you head back home?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, we'll go to TT. As you get home, kind of after a tough night, especially what you've seen, you arrive, and I'm guessing you just get straight to work making things. All right. In
Yeah.
that case,
Yeah.
could you make me the rouse checks?
Sure. Do-do-do. Chronicle, right? Nope. Blood and XP? Nope. Ah, there we go.
Okay. Is it just the one?
Well, now I make another. Wait a second. Details. Chronicle. Good heavens. I'll learn this sheet eventually.
Trust me, this sheet is better than the new one that they brought out. Oh my god.
I'll make it one more because that's what I have blood for. Then I gotta go hunting. All right, I'm good.
Okay. And then let's say, is that all you wanted to do for the rest of the night? Is make those?
Then he has to go and pick up some blood.
So you want to go hunting?
Yep.
In that case, after making some of your normal concoctions, you will head out into the city. Would you like to make me a hunter's roll? In fact, do you even have a hunter's roll?
I do.
Okay, good.
Go to my dealer.
Okay. Do that. One success. And you usually have a dealer for this, right?
I do.
Yes. Yeah, it's not that bad. So you head off to your, the place that you go most times when you need this, and it's a little bit more expensive as seems to be getting harder and harder to get bagged blood out on the streets these days with the tightening of security in hospitals. But
Mhm.
you can afford it, and yeah, I'm gonna say you were able to get one bag.
Okay, makes sense. Then I want to do something specific that might take a few rolls to do.
What would you like to do?
I need to get a specific resonance of blood, so I got to take these drugs that I set up, and do that.
This is some thin blood shit.
Yeah, essentially, it's fine. It's fine. Just find someone to hang out, drug them up, adjust their mood, draw their
I
blood, that kind
see.
of stuff.
That's something that's going to take some time.
Mhm.
Okay. In that case, would you like to do it tonight? You don't have long left. You could maybe try, but you might get caught out staying somewhere unfamiliar. What do you want to do? You want to risk it?
Sure. The worst thing that happens is I crash with them, I guess.
Okay. In that case, you would you head off to, I'm guessing, a club then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just for my own amusement, would you go to the strip club that you
No.
are now technically working? Okay. But yes, you.
No, that is not my domain.
I almost got you. But you make your way to one of the nightclubs and make me a. I'm guessing you're going for a man, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. I'm just doesn't really matter.
Well, how are you trying to introduce yourself to them? Because if it's going to be flirty, you probably have better chance at with a guy. So how would you get them to take drugs, basically?
He's gonna be that slightly, uh, I guess that slightly energetic, amiable person that just wants to have a good time. You know, they're partying, they're having fun, they have drugs. That's all.
Okay. In that case, make me a manipulation persuasion check.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Do.
Two. Okay. Oh, should you have gone down one blood from the blood bag?
No, I didn't use that. That was to do my
I see.
concoctions.
That's fine. Okay. So with A2, you find a girl with a southern accent. Kind of reminds you of Jess a little bit, but much more naive and a lot less psychopathic.
Hey.
Well, baby, if the shoe fits, but we love you anyway.
But on a bit more on the mousy side, and you come over and she's enamored with your style, how you speak, the fact that you're so confident, and she seems willing as you eventually talk her into it. And what resonance are you actually aiming for?
Phlegmatic.
Okay.
So his best bet is to make her sentimental.
So throughout the night, as you kind of begin to pressure her into taking these things, eventually, as she's taking them, she'll begin to talk
Subtly, real subtly.
Mm-hmm. So
You know you're roofing this girl.
I am doing no such thing. She knows what she took.
She will begin to talk with you, and I'll leave it to you to try and get her into that mood. She'll say, "Oh, so where are you from?"
Louisiana, honey.
Huh.
Ain't no city like New Orleans. Let me tell you that.
I've always wanted to go there. I've never really had the opportunity, though.
You from the city? Chi-town?
I'm just from a small town. I'm only here studying right now. It's a lot. My friends dragged me out to this place. I don't really go to these places. Whew, my head's racing.
Work hard, play hard, let me tell you that. But between you and me, there ain't no place like home.
I do miss it. My family, my friends, my dog. She just had puppies the other week. I haven't seen them yet, though.
Tell me about it. You have her since you were young.
Oh yeah. I've had her since I was 15. She's my best friend, and well, I kind of now that you say it, I'm kind of missing home.
Well, come on. You can tell me about it, but let's go touch up your makeup. And he would draw her to the bathroom, into a stall, where he draws her blood, pretending that he's giving her something else.
Okay, in that case, make me one more. Let's say as you draw her blood. Let's make it a manipulation deception. Or
All right.
subterfuge, sorry.
Ooh. 4.
4. Easy enough. She is in the, talking about her family, her friends, her pets, the where she broke her arm climbing one of the trees and then fell out. But it's a happy memory. And as she's kind of going on, you can't help but, know that she's in that state. And you go in pretending that you're going to give her something else. But she's just, too bothered about talking about her old life. And you take the blood. What do you do from there?
Spend a little time bringing her slowly down and then passing her off to her friend. Maybe get her like a OJ from the bar.
Okay. Easy enough. Could you just... You said you did this in the bathroom stall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you're fine. Okay. Then yes, you have the blood. You hand her over to one of her friends who looks a little bit annoyed and not approving of you, but quickly takes her away. What do you do from there?
CC would see that, and he'd set up like a late night, I don't know what they call them, a midnight meal, I guess, for them at one of the restaurants he likes, and he just set that up and give them a card and have a car service pull up for him.
So
make
full
sure
on
she
flex.
enjoy. Yeah, make sure she enjoy her night.
The one that gave you the kind of, the look of not approvement, kind of quickly turns around, does a 360, and kind of, her mood really changes when she knows that you have money, and kind of just begins to thank you. Just, we will. Make sure you call us, okay? We can maybe hang out later.
I will. Work hard, play hard, honey. And he'd clack away, flipping his head wrap. Click, 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 click.
And do you intend to make something else with that blood?
No. This is just to have on hand.
Okay. In that case, you quickly make your way back home before the sun sets. And we will rewind time with Nathaniel, heading back to the scene of the crime, as it was. What takes you a bit of time, it is across town, but easy enough to do. And once you're there, what do? As you see that alleyway with some of the smashed mirrors, windows. No one's really around except for one homeless person across the street, but he looks to be, fast asleep. What do you do?
Just see if there's anything in the alley that we missed, or if there's like any hiding spot there.
Make me a wits investigation.
I'll rouse for that.
You look over the street, you look over where it happened, where you gave away the golden coin, and it is the same as before. You see a few more cigarette butts that have been dropped there. You see, a bit more rubbish. That's the only thing that seems to have changed since the last time you were here. You don't see any other signs that someone was there or a hiding spot, unfortunately. You try anything else?
I guess with the visions you can also like willingly try to get one, right?
Yep. Would you like to try?
The night, yeah.
Okay. you need to make the roll. Unfortunately, would you like to willpower that?
Yeah, please.
2 successes. You look around and nothing's really jumping out at you. Nothing's really making itself apparent. And you try and get back into that state that you were in before, trying to see something, anything. And it's just darkness. And as you're about to give up, you kind of begin to feel around, touching some of the smashed glass, some of the walls around you. And you see that same darkness again. And then that kind of hits you. You're not just closing your eyes and seeing darkness. While your eyes are open, you're still seeing darkness. And it just lasts for a few seconds. And then it goes back to normal. What do you do from there?
I think he's going to go back to the Haven for now.
Okay. You begin to make your way back home, unable to really grasp what was there before. And from there, we'll move to Jessica. You want, you got the munchies, right?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. Are you just going to go flat out hunting?
Yes, I'm gonna approach a club and see what I can find.
Make me a hunter's roll.
Okay, I can add my looks to it.
Are you going to try
I'm
and?
Simon. I'm a Simon.
Yeah.
So
So you are going to use your temptations to get someone.
yes.
Okay, then yes.
Cool.
Wow.
Ugh, I'm gonna willpower that.
That's a lot of dice for a small win.
Yeah. 3.
Easy enough with 3. You head off to one of the places that you know, and you've probably gone there before. And it doesn't take long for one of the men there to see you, and you know, especially as how you're dressed too. You just came out of the trial. You were kind of dressed up.
Yeah.
One of them will quickly kind of walk over to you and just say, "Would you like to dance?"
Sure thing, darling. Let's dance. And she's gonna grab him by the hand and pull him off to the side somewhere a bit more private to dance.
Oh, you're really strong.
Oh, I'm just excited. It's been so long since I've had somebody so handsome to dance with.
Oh, thank you. My mom says that all the time about me. But this is great. What's your name?
Friends call me Jesse.
Jesse, I'm Simon.
Simon's very nice to meet you.
And
Yeah.
you will.
Yeah, I'm gonna drag him and sleep too.
Okay. You moving him to the side and kind of dance for a few moments until you get close and kind of make it look like a dance move, and then go into the neck, and you take 2. And as you do, he will. Ow! That. Ah. Ooh. Ooh.
When I'm
Ooh.
done, I lick the wound clean.
Sorry, I'm a little light-headed.
Oh, do you need a drink or something? A little something to snack on? You lost your footing there for a second too. I hope you're fine.
I think I drink too much.
Oh, poor thing. Here, let's get you some water, maybe some juice and a snack. How about that? Help clear
Yeah.
that alcohol right out of your system. And she'll lead him to a bar. She'll buy him like a soda, water, whatever he needs, and skedaddle.
Okay. You will buy him the drinks, and you will begin to make your way away from him. And as you do, he will quickly turn around, see you leaving, and he'll just kind of very pathetically say, Jesse! And you will
Oh no!
zip out.
Yeah, I'm out. Bye.
And he will always know that he blew it with the perfect woman.
She said, "Oh no, not
No,
again."
no, not again.
Wow, ghosted after 10 minutes. Jesus.
If you can only last 10 minutes, you deserve them. All
But
right.
from there,
Jeez.
where do you go?
I'm gonna go find Tommy wherever he's off gallivanting around.
You know that he'd probably be at the house.
Probably, or then she'll go home.
Okay. In that case, I believe everyone has gone back home. And eventually you will all kind of like, one at a time coming in at the house, some later than other. But eventually you'll all be gathered up again, letting you talk if you wish.
Well, that was a shit show.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
I'm gonna go somewhere and text Harry, and I'm going to send him a text saying, "Any luck finding anybody?"
You'll get a text back saying you basically just said, you asked me to do this just like an hour ago. I need more time, and it's 3:00 in the morning.
Oh, I thought that was a fucking different day. My bad.
Nope, same day.
Then in that case, I'm gonna fucking just go slink off somewhere.
Okay. And your skin suit is steadily drying in the cupboard.
Yeet. Which I still need chemicals for.
Yep. But if everyone wishes or doesn't want to do anything else, you can click on. Oh God, I almost said a long rest then. Jesus. You can all go into your sheets and hit the rouse button as you all go to sleep, have your rest, and the new day comes. After what you just been through, it's been a hard night last night.
Give me just a moment. I'm
Oh,
coming back.
everybody's gonna hungry tonight.
And we some just hungry motherfuckers.
God damn.
We're all stressed.
Wow.
God.
Holy
Ooh.
God! Literally not a. Oh, that's wrong.
Well, that is.
Hold on. We got one more.
Okay.
Oh, all right, Alice.
Ow.
All right, Alice. I see you.
All right, lady.
Look, the NPCs, they just cheat, okay? But yes, you wake up and it is no surprise from the shit that you went through last night that you're all feeling a little on edge, and feeling a little bit more hungry is completely natural after what you just went through last night. But you all kind of come down once the sun sets, and you are free to do whatever. Just let me know.
I'm going to. So I'm at 3 hunger. I'm pretty frustrated at Nathan for losing his coin. I'm going to approach TT and say, "Hey TT,
Mm-hmm.
so you're good with computers, correct?
Oh, I got a little something.
Do you know of any sites that people post rather unsavory things that you think you could find me one of their homes to go visit?"
Ready for change. Oh, the darknet. Well, how unsavory specifically?
I'm pretty pissed, so probably one of the better criminals would do fine. You know, massive drug smuggling, something like that.
Oh,
Or
that. Oh, honey, that's
human
easy.
trafficking, something like that.
Oh, Well, I just set up the VPN and proxy service, so let's see what we can do for you. Ooh, I think
In
this
that
would.
case, make me a intelligence and yeah, obviously technology.
And that's for TT, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of like only just sitting in his chair. Like I have one hand on the back of his chair and one hand on the armrest, kind of like leaning over his shoulder to watch him do all this fancy stuff. Just kind of like awestruck because computers aren't my thing.
Are you backseat hacking right now?
Kinda, like I'm
Yeah.
watching. It's one of those like watching, hoping you learn something, but then knowing that you have no comprehension of what's going on.
Question.
Yes.
Specialties apply anytime they apply, or is that only for the specific role you're using them for?
It's whenever they would apply.
All right. Well, could I apply streetwise for this? I am trying to find some local chip
Yes,
tags.
you could.
Cool. 5.
Wow.
Wow. So TT,
All
after
right. Back
maybe
up.
after maybe 30 minutes of looking around the dark web, you find a number of different illegal activities. You've got drugs, you've got human trafficking, you've got a pedophile ring that seems to share like DVDs and videos and stuff like that. You've got hate groups. It's really your pick.
He's gonna flag these down, pull the information on a USB of each different group,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's going to gesture to Brandon. Take your pick, honey. We got actual monsters.
You're gonna see Brandon kind of smirk and then look at you and he's more like, "Are you hungry?"
You know, I actually am.
Brandon's gonna walk around. And is anybody else downstairs right now?
Yeah, I'd say everyone was in the house, so you could probably see them.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna say, after all the bullshit, I say maybe a communal feast is in order, and I'm gonna hold the USB up and say, "Who wants to go get rid of some assholes and really vent some frustration?"
Oh.
We're a family that eats together and all that.
Yeah, I could eat. Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna look at Nathan and leave. Hello?
Aaliyah, Nathaniel.
I heard something about communal feeding or something like that.
Was that in character or?
No, that's me because I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm listening to the
No,
football
you're
match
good.
at the same time.
Basically, after all the Brandon looks at everyone, he's like, after all the shit that we've dealt with, I think a communal feast is in order, and ask who wants to go let some frustration out.
Sure, why not?
Nathan, you might be muted.
I'm sorry, I forgot to fucking hit the button.
No, you're good. He's
Um,
talking this
As,
whole time. He's like,
as opposed to
"Why
just
can't no one
regular
hear
hitting
me?"
the button.
if I'm allowed to.
I think you evolve. Probably should let some aggression out.
Hmm.
And that's when I'll list like the different fucking
Stains on humanity.
these are probably more than stains on humanity.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, these are like scum of the earth. They're worse than us. At least we leave most of our people alive and don't kidnap people and shit like that.
I don't want that pedophile.
You really are an optimist, aren't you?
I try.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a smorgasbord to pick from.
We'll take that. Well, this one.
Which is this one.
Oh, it's the like pedophile support group.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. You literally like when that is brought up, you literally just hear Jess snarl. Yeah. No, we're yeah. Let's kick their asses.
I'm going to call Harry real quick
Mm-hmm.
as soon as that's decided, and just send Harry like I'm actually calling Harry this time.
You're calling him.
Yeah.
Okay. It rings once, rings twice, and then it answers. And the first thing you hear is the bustling of the station that he's probably at right now. And he quickly, just very heavily, comes over and says, "Yeah, what do you want?"
I'm like, "Hey Harry, it's me, Brandon."
Hey, hang on, let me just. Yep, take those. Yep. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, so me and some friends are going to go handle a very big what is it? A pedophile support group my buddy found on the darknet. So if you would like to make a good bust, I mean, they'll probably be pretty deranged by the time we're done with them. As per my typical leavings. But yeah, I will send you the address if you would like to get them after we're done.
All right. Well, maybe not send it over the phone. Maybe just tell me. Give me a ring once you're done, and I'll come. I'll come collect the filth.
Sounds good. And I hang that up to let him
Okay.
get back because it's more like not a rude hang up. It's like I know you're
Yeah.
busy, so. And
Yeah, on the other end is just like, that bitch hung up on me.
but yeah, so I say, Alice, grab your things, whatever you need for the night.
You look at Alice, and she is less, excited about the prospect of going to go hurt people, as she is still very new, and you can see that it's bothering her a little bit, and she'll kind of walk up to you and just say, well, maybe someone should look after the house while you're away, in case those people or things come back. Um, I could wait here if you wanted.
It probably wouldn't be very safe for you to be here alone. Besides, if you're that perturbed by it, just think of it this way. We're going out to handle people who hurt others. Do you have any brothers or sisters younger than you?
I do, or I did.
Well, put it this way. What would you want to do to the people who would kidnap or rape or molest your younger siblings, for your own daughters and children, your own children, for financial gain and entertainment of other deviants.
Yeah. Okay, I'll
Can
come.
we all hear this? Like this conversation? Is it just like you're having in like the general room, or did you like?
Yeah, no, this because Brandon's pretty like pissed at this time, and like
Oh.
slowly Brandon's personality is changing.
Yeah. All right. Alice, another thing to think about. You're a woman, right?
Last time I checked.
Cool. You ever been hit on by an older man that made you very uncomfortable when you were younger? Maybe they took things a little bit too far.
My professor at Oxford. Yeah.
Think of it like that. Think of it as you're taking care of the trash that made you feel uncomfortable.
Okay. Well, I don't really know how to fight that much, but I
You
guess I
don't
can
need to learn how to fight. Trust me.
Although-
there are other ways.
I heard that Vendru just really stare at people, so maybe I'll give that a go.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
All right.
And there's how many of us? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Does anyone want to take any weapons with them, or are you just going for it?
I need to
I'm
make a
gonna
roll.
I'm gonna take a knife with me.
I'm going to take a pistol, and I'm gonna ask Weird if that shotgun's ready to go.
Ooh.
1
Can I
second.
do-
Because remember, I'd asked Weird to put like the UV mount and
hang on,
tempered
TT,
barrel and
you
stuff
say
on
you
it.
need to make a roll.
Yes. I don't remember. I think I already rolled for the shotgun, right? Or did I not?
No, because she went out straight away, I believe.
Okay. Then I will make this roll.
Yeah.
What do you want?
This would
Technology?
be-
Science?
You're repairing it, right?
I'm doctoring.
Modifying it, yeah. So
Okay,
I'd
that'd be
asked,
craft technology then.
yeah, I'd
Mhm.
asked,
Probably
Craft.
technology.
I'm gonna say, as it's not a computer, I'm gonna say craft for this,
Okay.
and intelligence. And if you've got any specializations that could work with this, let me know.
I mean, would Streetwise work for it because you're modifying a weapon aftermarket? I mean, that is kind of like
No.
a.
I mean, because
Okay.
you can be in the military and
It's
you
fine.
know more guns like that way. But
Well, if you're
actually,
modifying it, that would be crafting.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I
Because I've made sawed-off shotguns before,
Oh
and
my
if you
gosh.
saw that
that's-
power
what the
wall,
hell?
All right.
I'm not saying I lived an angel's life. That's all I'm going to say
That's
about it.
no.
I'm
no,
just saying that
I was
if you
asking for the. No, I understand the crafting part of the role. I was asking like, would Streetwise specialty help?
Oh, what type of effect are you trying to get from it?
It would be like a UV. So I asked him originally to put like one of those UV flashlight mounts on it and a tempered barrel to handle like dragon's breath rounds if we could find them.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to say no, as that sounds less what the
Military.
street would have. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anyone in the street or in movies or anything have, those types of weapons.
Anyway.
Yeah. Craft.
Modifier for my lab setup?
Yeah, I'll allow that. +1.
Cool.
Jesus.
Oh wow.
Your rolls. Yeah. Easy enough to do. It's just really mounting a light, which is, piece of piss, and then adding the attachment on the end of the barrel. Pretty easy to do.
Like literally anything TT wants to do tonight, he's doing.
Yeah. Apparently.
All right. Cool. Now, do you want me to roll to pick up unregistered silenced pistols? I figured he would just buy them from people. But I will roll. I can roll black market to find them if you like.
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Do, 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 do.
Jesus.
God.
I'm doing things today.
You find
So
your local supplier who scratches off serial numbers when he steals, government military shipments.
let me just tell you this: how many are you wanting to buy?
I want to buy one for each member of the group and then a backup.
Okay, so that's 6.
It'd be 7, because of Alice, if he's
Right.
counting Alice.
Are you counting Alice?
Nathaniel did get a gun last time though from me.
Oh, then he'll get 6.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say because of the blood bag that you bought, that was more expensive, and all of these, reduce your resources by 1.
Okay,
And obviously, you get that back after a month's time.
got you. Where do I put this? I'll just make a note.
And from that, anyone else wish to do anything before going?
So what
Nathaniel's-
kind of gun did we all get?
Silence pistols.
Yeah,
Right.
a silenced, unserialized pistol.
What
I like
caliber?
how you added that. This would be, nothing too fancy. It's definitely not on the of like a Magnum or anything like that.
Like a 38 or a 9mm, something like that.
I'm not
I'd imagine-
American. I don't know what that means.
Okay, here's the scale. 50 cal is like it's designed to take out vehicles. 9mm is probably the most common
yeah.
type of round out there. A 38 is more powerful than a 9mm. It's a little bigger slug, but it's not nearly what a 50 cal would be.
Okay, I'd say just the base then, because it would be from the streets. It would just like be the normal base level one.
Yeah, 9mm would probably be easier to acquire on the streets. I mean, you
Spoken
could.
like a man who is an American,
Yeah.
but I can get at Walmart. The
I
only
don't
reason I
speak
went to the black
American.
market is because I wanted them unserialized. I could get them went to Walmart and dead this.
Yeehaw.
Jesus, you guys and your guns. But yeah, that's easy enough to do. You get those. Everyone can write down on your sheets that you have one of those now in the weapons section. Let me know if you don't know where that is.
Anyway, somebody else can have mine. So somebody else can have 2.
We'll give it to Tommy.
Tommy.
Yeah, give Tommy a gun.
Yeah, give an Englishman who's from a very small village in England a gun.
I've seen his sheet. He can handle it.
Okay, where's the weapon section at? Apparently,
Like,
I
he's
need
one of-
help finding it.
Tommy's one of those people that you give him a gun and he like tucks it in the front of his pants, like aiming at his dick. Like one of those
No.
people.
If
Things-
that happens, she's just gonna pull and be like, unless you want a tragic accident to happen, I would not put it there.
Oh, I would also grab my vest.
Same.
Okay.
That
Nathaniel's gonna get us knives.
Where's the weapon section at? I do need help finding it.
Okay,
go
okay,
to
okay.
Details. Go to details, and at the bottom it'll be equipment.
Okay. Oh, here it is.
So,
Got it?
this
Yep.
weapon.
Okay.
I have a dagger.
Um,
it's a melee weapon have plus modifier damage to it. Oh, wait.
Do I need a roll for like what type of vest I would have? Because I mean,
You would
being
have
former
the-
military, you know,
Didn't
I'd
I
know,
tell
like,
you
what-
that at character creation?
no, because it didn't really come up until I'd asked you if I would have one from being, kind of like a bounty hunter / ex-military.
You know, let's let fate decide. Roll a d10.
I say, oh yeah.
6. I'm gonna say you have with a 6 a stab, one of those stab ones.
I'm gonna buy a Kevlar vest that's concealable.
Okay. Now.
Well, I mean, CC would have already had it, but
Okay.
if
Let me
necessary.
make note of that then.
Yeah,
Because I'm keeping track of resources as well, what you guys buy.
for sure.
How much does the katana cost?
From an anime convention, about 20 quid.
Yeah, it depends on
I
the
want to be
quality.
the anime girl.
Okay. So
It'll
what do you think?
break
What's the
after one swing.
plus 2 damage value? 0.22 says a light gunshot.
Do you actually want to buy a sword?
No, I'm at the gun.
No,
damage
No,
value.
who's
no,
that?
Jessica. The
Listen,
weeboo.
I've been actually considering buying her like a saber or something. Something
like
that's
a-
a nod to dagger so that she can have more fun when she beats people up.
Bro,
Go
just
all out, get a
imagine that,
claymore.
right? No,
Yeah.
just imagine, right? If Jess gets 2 short swords, like 2 rapiers or 2, sabers,
Yeah, I love
and then
D&D.
adds her dancing to it. She's just
Great.
like a twirling swords woman.
You act like that wouldn't be dope as fuck though.
Great, you're a D&D sword dancer.
Yes,
And-
perfect. I'm a
and she's
blade singer.
brouhaha.
Oh, God.
Aaliyah, have you got your knives with you? I'm guessing yes.
Always.
Always. Jesus. Okay. Going through the airport. Hell yeah.
You know you can get a katana from Amazon, right?
Did Amazon exist in 2002?
No, it did not.
You know, katanas are actually illegal in the UK. You can't own one here.
Good thing
Really?
we're not in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, we in the United States.
Well, a bunch of years back, for some reason, all the gangs in London started wielding katanas and chased after the cops, and so they made them illegal.
That's because guns are illegal, so they're like, well,
Yeah.
we need bigger, better, stabby things.
Well,
Well,
now
what
they
is
just
Ironic-
use acid.
Ironically, Britain actually has about 6 times as many stabbings as the United
Oh
States.
yeah. We have loads of stabbings here.
They just changed their tool. They didn't stop killing each
No.
other. They just changed the tool.
And now they're using
Shit.
acid to attack people. Acid, for God's sake.
Goddamn.
Vitricide is a Victorian crime. That's when the last time it was popular.
Why is that a thing?
I don't know. In London gangs, they literally go around with bottles of acid on them to attack people with. It's
Where are they
unreal.
getting it from?
They make it. They make
You
it
can make
themselves.
you can make acid at home
Yeah.
really cheap.
Ah, fucking
It's
bleach.
unreal. Unreal.
And
But
we used to make we used to take store bought Clorox
Mhm.
and separate the chlorine and make chlorine bombs.
Yep.
I mean,
I
and
think-
that's Clorox bleach that you probably have a couple of barrel things of it sitting around your house.
It's
Should we be concerned?
But it is.
I
like,
don't
unreal.
I don't do that anymore.
Oh,
But
my.
it's the idea is that it's very simple to turn if you have some know-how to turn very simple things into very dangerous things.
This is why you're on a list after you buy certain chemistry textbooks.
No, you see, like for example, if you buy a lot of castor beans, people are you're gonna definitely get on a list.
Bryson, yeah.
If you don't know, you
For-
make
for
rice and
legal reasons. This is
If you-
this whole conversation's a joke.
but if you don't know, the way you make ricin is out of castor beans.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going to need that information.
I
Why did-
I inherently did not hear that information.
Why did someone put MySpace?
We're just messing around.
Oh,
We
MySpace
can
be a
resume
thing?
now. I
in
don't,
2002.
2002 for
I
sure.
think it came out in 2002 or 3.
Jesus, I'm old.
you are old, sir.
God damn it.
A-
20.
You're only
AOL
2 years older
AOL
than me, shut
Messenger.
up.
Sure,
AOL
Zoomer.
Messenger.
What?
Nothing.
What?
But
it.
yes,
Raquel
back to
and
the
I are
game. Back to the
fighting.
game. Back to the game. So, God damn it, I forgot where we were.
We were just gearing up.
Yes.
We had just all Diabloized individual vampires and gained 3 generations.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And
that's
drop.
right.
We found
I was in
Primogen at the
middle
end of a
buying
fight.
katana. Or,
Do
or
you
a rapier
actually
or
want to go
something.
out and buy a weapon like that now? But you can.
Bro,
Well,
but what
actually,
if-
how many dots of resources do you have?
I've got 2. I'm gonna wait to buy any stupid weapons.
Okay.
My knives will work just fine, I can assure you.
Okay then. So after you go gun shopping and you have a small arsenal with you now, you gather up your knives and you go to what TT would be the one leading. By the way, does anyone have a car? I forgot to ask that.
Yeah,
Does
I
anyone
have
here
my
actually- You do.
I have my muscle car. Remember?
You do.
I mean,
and
it's probably going to be cramped with however many people are going.
I'd say
I would imagine Tommy probably wouldn't go
no.
because he is still human, but that's up to Jess.
I'd say probably someone's gonna have to sit on someone's lap if who wants to volunteer for that.
I mean,
Oh, I could just ride on the roof of the car again. That worked well the last time.
I can ask. Like, I'll look at Alice, and well, she can't sit on my lap. I'm driving.
if Alice will sit on Jess's lap.
Actually, I'm going to hold my keys up and say, "So, who's the better driver amongst us?"
Now that's a question.
Oh, it's totally me.
How many dots you got?
That's for me to know and for you to look at me.
Look, if she has 1 dot, she's ahead of the
Well,
game.
Instead
No,
instead
I
of
have
going for
0,
it,
but I have really good. I have really good decks to drive a car. That's
I'm-
what it takes, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Dex and drive. I'm gonna look at Jess when she says, "Oh yeah, it's definitely me." I'm like, "You also are petty and don't like me. I feel like you would."
Why
just
would
take
I
the
put
freedom of
anybody
my
else in this
beauty."
house at risk because I don't like you?
I'm gonna throw the keys to Jess and get in the back seat and ask Alice if she wants to sit on my lap.
She will do so, and she'll kind of scooch up and kind of squeeze in at the side. As if I'm remembering what a muscle car is, it's quite small on the inside.
I mean, it depends. I have one of the older ones, one of the older like 60s. You know, have you ever seen Supernatural?
Yes, I know what you mean. The
So it's-
Apollo.
Yeah, I wouldn't have an Impala. I'd have like a different brand, probably like a old Dodge Charger, but they're all built kind of the same.
I'll
I
take
mean-
your word for that.
basically a muscle car is a car with a big gigantic engine in it, with a lot
Yeah.
of style built to it, where the body is more stylistic than it is functional, and it's just really designed to go really really fast in a straight line.
Okay, I think I know which one you mean now.
Like Dominic Toretto from Fast and the
Yes,
Furious,
now I get it. Yeah, I know what you mean
his
now.
old black car.
So yeah, she could fit
That'd
in
be
there.
more.
In that case, just because I'm curious to see what happens now, Jessica, in this new car that you are not accustomed to, could you make me a dexterity drive check?
Sure, can I rouse?
Sure, if you want to.
And I'm gonna look at, and as like Jess is getting behind the wheel, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna shoot a little smirk and say, "So, how does it feel for the Bruja to be chauffeuring the Venture?"
She's just gonna look at him deadpan and say, "Think twice," because I'm in the front seat of this car.
And she feels it start rumbling as she turns it over.
You said Dex and Draft?
Yep.
All right.
Some part of me wishes that you get a 0 here. Okay.
I'm an excellent driver.
You are, and it's kind of surprising. Jessica has always been, a very less focused individual when it comes to anything that makes her angry. But behind the wheel, it's almost like she goes into a zen state, and her driving is impeccable. It even is better than yours, Brandon, behind the wheel of this car, and it's pretty impressive. And TT, you would be the one guiding them, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine he'd probably be in the front seat with Jess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
Map.
that case,
Gotta get the map quest out.
I think it's an actual map.
Yeah, because MapQuest you had to print out on your computer before you
Yeah.
left anywhere.
It has been out for some while, but
okay. Wait for this map to load. There you go. Jessica, would you drag out your token onto the map?
So I just looked it up. MySpace did not start until 2003, so we didn't even have MySpace back then. It was dead ass AOL Messenger.
I love that. I also God, I thought for some reason I thought it started in 2004, but that was Facebook.
Jess's character, whenever MySpace does come out, and she finds out she can do like the whole like web page, like homepage fucking editing with like the MP3 player on it and everything.
That's when I start getting fame in MySpace, kids.
Oh my god. She's MySpace famous.
Oh no! Everybody who's ever been MySpace famous is in like jail now, so I'm good. Oh, I'm sorry. One of them owns a cosmetic company. My bad.
But yes, you begin to make your way as TT guides you. Now, could I have Jessica make a intelligence politics roll? I'm guessing that's you rousing. Okay. Never mind. It takes you maybe a good 30 minutes to get where you're wanting to go. But the drive is uneventful, and do any of you wish to discuss anything before you arrive?
I will text Capone and see if he would like to settle that business arrangement tonight.
Okay. He comes back, and do you message him or call him?
So as Brandon is like kind of trying to change his personality, I think Brandon wouldn't even care. He'd just openly call.
Okay. It
Because
rings
these are
once.
on the encrypted phones that
Yes.
Weird gave us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it rings once, twice, 3 times, and then finally. How do you have this number? Who is this?
This is Brandon. Master Capone gave his business card to me.
Brandon. Very well. One moment. You wait for a little bit. And then eventually you hear, Brandon? Is that you?
Yes, Master Capone.
Ah, it's nice to hear from you, boy. How have you been?
Hey. I've been alright. Me and my acquaintances are currently on our way to go handle some scum of the earth. But afterwards, I was wondering if perhaps you had time to sit down and discuss that business arrangement.
Of course, I can arrange that. You wanted it tonight?
If it would not inconvenience you, Master Capone.
Of course not, of course, for you anything. And may I ask a small favor?
Yes, what is it, Master?
Could you try your best to try and bring your friend along? The woman, the new one. What was her name?
My child, or
No, no. The new one that joined your coterie.
oh, you mean Aaliyah?
Yes, that's her.
I will attempt to. Me and her are not on the best of terms, it seems.
Well, do what you can. I'll understand if you can.
Yes,
Let me know.
anything for you, Master Capone. I do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Very well.
And
I
with
shall
that,
see you later.
before you can even say the last word, it goes dead.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Aaliyah and I'm gonna say, "Hey, Aaliyah. So, Master Capone would like to speak with you tonight. It seems."
What about?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I merely asked if I could meet with him tonight to discuss a business arrangement, and he insisted that I bring you along.
Oh, he's insisting. Oh, it's lovely. Um, sure, why not? Where are we meeting and when?
Would somebody have texted me from that number and sent a
You
location?
said later on tonight, right?
Yeah.
So you can probably just show up later on tonight.
Okay. Uh, yeah, so, uh, pretty much after we're done with this, if you need to get ready, that's understandable, but later on tonight, I'll be heading over there.
Sure, if it works out.
All right. And then, yeah, that's the only thing I had to discuss. And
Please
of course,
hold while I
yep.
destroy Jessica.
Oh no, I forgot she made that roll.
There.
Oh God.
Now
Wonderful.
shut up.
No.
But
What the hell is that?
you don't know. Now, from there, sorry, what were you saying, Brandon?
Oh, I was just gonna after the phone call, I was just gonna send a text to Harry, and this time I would ask like any word on that thing.
A few minutes later, you'll get a text back just saying you are a slave driver. And then a quick text after that. I found a few people that I'm looking into now. One's really promising, but I'll let you know soon.
Very well, and I'll text my responses. But that's why we're best friends. Besides, I help you out and make you look great in the process.
He probably just sends back a message like "fuck you."
For all, I need somebody to take the fall for me whenever they find a bunch of criminals incapacitated and shit. And it looks good on his record.
Okay. And what did you and Leah decide?
We we agreed to go together.
Okay, let me just.
I don't know if she wants to stop somewhere and get ready before we go.
I agreed to go if it worked out for the night.
Huh.
Oh, what do you mean by worked out? Like if everything's fine once we're
Everything's
done.
fine. If I think Capone's up to some shit, that I'm out of there. Anything that smells sideways, out of there.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, like when Brandon tells you that he's not sure why he wants to meet you, like he was genuine in that. Like you could tell he was kind of like, I don't know.
Just remember, kindred are predators, and always will be, and they never do anything unless it helps them. And so you have to question if you're just bait or they actually want something from you.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're thinking about. Like I
Saying that
said,
to a Ventru?
No, stunning, isn't it? Like Ventru don't like hoard like boons and manipulate the crap out of people and buy boons
No.
and trade boons on people. No, not at all.
But yes, as you
Yeah.
eventually, TT, you will see that you're getting closer and closer, and you see what looks to be a normal, and which is kind of funny in a sick, twisted way. You turn the street, and where the address of this place is, it looks to be a Blockbuster video rental place.
Yeah, this tracks.
All right, who's going into the back room at Blockbuster?
Can I stop and get some batteries at Radio Shack too?
Oh my god.
Man.
Oh, Radio Shack. May you rest in peace.
Singular
I
Toys
know.
R Us still existed. Singular
Oh.
was a thing.
God.
What is Radio Shack?
Circuit City, everybody.
Radio Shack was an electronics store that sold like all the little bits that you don't get, like the little repair bits, little plugs and wires and
Oh, okay.
all those little odd bits that like a batteries plus type store where it's
I
all the
see.
stuff that you don't get from the manufacturer, but stuff breaks and you just got to fix little things.
Yeah, it was originally like the computer store of the time,
Mm-hmm.
or the
Yeah.
tech store of the time,
You
and then
got-
it evolved into like RC cars and shit like that.
It hung on for a good 100 years.
Jesus.
Yeah, but it got subsumed last year. But it was gone long before that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, as you see this Blockbuster, what do you want to do? As you're about to drive past it, would you want to just pull up in the front or go around the block? What do you guys want to do?
Is this where the supposed evil people are?
Supposed?
Okay.
I'm going to.
I will
suggest
get out and go to the back of the store.
that. I was just about to say that. I was going to suggest maybe a couple people cover the back door, and like we don't want too many people going in the front.
Noisy people in the front, quiet people in the back.
Yeah, Brandon will definitely go in the front.
Okay.
Jess is probably a backdoor type of person.
Whoa.
Okay, not like
I got distracted and all I heard was Jessica's probably a backdoor type person.
No.
Hey man,
Well,
what she and her harem
also-
does.
Jessica
Oh, no.
also can't walk into the front door of a Blockbuster wielding a katana.
I don't have a katana yet though.
Yet.
Soon. Yet.
She will take her final form.
Oh shit.
Anime sword girl.
It's still up.
What
What,
is?
Radio
What?
Shack?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
People
there's
who
like
got
very
them last
few.
year. Holy shit.
What, MySpace?
No, I don't know about that one.
Oh.
All right, I'm sorry. I was surprised. It's new.
All right, so we're deciding on who's going in the front door and who's going in the back door.
I'm definitely backdoor type of.
Okay.
Okay.
We know.
Oh no.
I mean, after all, it is Hector and Tommy.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Brett will evolve in there at some point, I'm sure.
I need an adult.
I need new players.
Hateful bitch, hateful.
You love us. Shut up.
I
Okay.
guess I can go through the front. Maybe there's a new movie. How y'all feel about horror?
I love horror.
And Nathaniel, where are you going?
He's gonna get in through the back.
Okay. So let me just pull up my notes real quick.
Hmm.
Actually, no, I'll
Oh,
just have you come on to the thing.
Jesus. For anyone listening, whenever you post this on YouTube, Jesus Christ.
I don't think he's doing that anymore.
I am. I just that all my stuff is on the old PC and I'm having to transfer it, and yeah,
Ah.
it takes the time, especially because
memory
the files are so big.
They're gonna be like, they're talking about some girl being a backdoor girl, and then he's asking where people are going, and one of them said he's going in the back door. Like, I'm not sure what's happening in this.
Yeah, like an idiot, I have been recording in 4K by accident, and all the files are really huge now. So
My
it's taking time.
Does the recording in 4K actually do anything?
No, it doesn't. Literally doesn't. I downsize it as well. I have to because forget it. Let's game. But could you all put your tokens on the map and then put yourselves into 2 groups, front door, back door people?
Where do you want the backdoor people?
Okay, you.
No, I'm serious.
If this game had disadvantage, I'd give it to you.
He
Alright,
loves me the most. Like he always bullies me.
back door over there, and front door near the front.
So, I don't know where Alice would want to go, because I wouldn't force her to go to the front door.
She'd definitely want to stay with you.
Yeah, she should stand directly in front of you as you enter.
Meat shield. Okay, so we'll stick with the people up front for a second, as you guys would easily be able to enter, as it is not too late, and Blockbuster, as far as I remember, was open pretty late at night.
I think like 10 o'clock at night or something.
Yeah. I believe so. Okay. So, you three walk in the front, and, you see the popcorn that is wrapped up, the chocolate bars that I overpriced, and the massive amounts of cassette new films, especially available for members of Blockbuster. And you see signs, how to become a member. You see 2 older men sitting behind the register that, do not bother like speaking with you as you walk in. What do you do?
I'm gonna walk up and say, so I heard there were some very good, after hours films here.
You mean like scary films?
No, I think we both know what I mean. Some backroom kind of films.
Oh, the porn section is in the back there, just behind the curtain.
And you said there's 2 people up front?
Yeah.
I'm going to go and look to see if the section he's telling me about is where you'll find, like, those movies.
You look and make me an investigation. Wits investigation.
2.
From what you can see, they just seem to be normal, porn videos. ass blasters too, and your pizza is ready, free, and things like that.
I'm gonna walk back up to the counter and say, not the, I mean, the other films.
Hold there, TT. You said you're looking at the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, make me a wits awareness.
Hey, you didn't say perception this time.
Yeah, no, I'm growing as a person.
God damn,
God damn.
TT. Dude, literally, like, TT, do you even have to roll the rest of the night? Like,
I know.
literally anything you want to do, you're doing tonight. He's just like, TT just went beast mode today. I don't know. I woke up. I'm that bitch today.
Okay, let me look. Okay, so you do indeed see the cameras, as well as the wires that you follow across the top of the roof, going into what looked to be another back door, leading. You can see a small piece of glass in the door, showing what looks to be like a security room, with the also cassette tapes that record the footage, as well as one other what looks to be manager of this store seems to be sitting in.
Okay. Just gonna make a note and
He's
deal with those.
Make me, in fact, yeah, that's very true. Make me a this would be a wits insight.
Or TT.
Yeah, for TT.
Oh, I minimized my page. I'm silly.
You fool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
He is the other men that you saw before were, everyday run of the mill, little overweight men. The guy in the back is much musclier and has many tattoos around his body, as well as one what looked to be like a teardrop tattoo coming down from his face.
Ooh, streetwise.
You may. Wit streetways. Or intelligence streetways.
I don't have gangs as a specialty, so we'll just throw this out.
3. You know that this is the universal tattoo for, I have killed someone. And it is very strange to see someone like this in a manager position at this blockbuster.
I just gotta ask, has TT even failed a single roll tonight?
Nope.
Click, click, click. TT will wind by Brandon and gesture towards the back and the guy. Gang markings.
I'm going to
Hold
nod.
that. As I'm going to move to the back now. As you guys are moving to the front, the other 3 are going around the back. And the first thing that you're going to see is what looks to be a barred metal fence stopping people from getting behind the blockbuster. How would you like to deal with it?
I'm gonna. Do you guys need help getting over this fence?
I'm good.
Nathaniel?
I should be good too.
Cool. I'm gonna soar and leap over it. Wait, before I do, what is this, like a back alley, or is there like a highway or something? Like what is behind us looking like?
ST.
God damn it! I was speaking so long there.
Yeah. Okay.
You're in an alleyway, and about 10 feet back is a very tight alleyway until it leads back into the street.
All right, so like no people would be
No,
like around us or
but
anything. All right.
there is a camera pointing directly at the fence and you guys.
All right.
And it has already seen you. You are in its eyesight.
All right.
Keep walking like we meant to go through the alleyway,
Yeah.
and then get to a point where we reasonably believe we're not in camera.
Okay. You move out of its range.
Does it now when it's pointing? Is it pointing like at? Okay. Is it pointing in one direction where it has a side where you can like walk around the block and come to its blind side, or is it just blanketing the whole? Like it's stuck in the middle of the center of the building and it just covers both sides like a fisheye lens or something like that.
No. It's directly on the fence, and anyone who would, go over the fence or try and get through would be spotted. You could go around it if you wanted. It
So
just really covers the fence.
So there's no way to access the fence without being on camera then.
You could technically, I guess, go over the camera if you were to soar and leap. If you were out of eyesight and then soar and leaped over it, you could do that. You could, depends what powers you have, but there is ways to, get around it without being seen.
Yeah, then I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna move to where I can't be seen by the camera, and then I'm just gonna soar and leap.
Okay. And I will say again,
Parkour.
you have already been seen by the camera, but you'll be using your powers to get around without being seen. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, you move back until you're out of eyesight, and you will soaring leap over where the camera looks down on the fence, over the fence, over the eyesight of the camera, and land with ease because of soaring leap, leaving the other two to figure out a way to get past.
All right, I will make Cling of the Insect potion like I prepped earlier.
Ah, yes, you did. You did do that. Okay.
I'll roll in a moment.
And Nathaniel, how do you intend to get past this? Throw Nathaniel.
Don't worry about the camera. I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna make the camera go away. So just be patient.
Okay.
You're just gonna have to toss me. I'm a nerd.
I
Okay, so-
kind of figured that's what
We
it
know.
would
Yeah.
let it disturb.
Instead of not the beard, it would be for a Toreador. Not the Gucci.
Not the
I feel that.
Okay, you've rolled. So yeah, you can literally end. Is this the first time you're using this power in front of the others?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah. So Aaliyah and Nathaniel, you see an impossible sight, something that is both scary and amazing as you watch Aaliyah just walk up to the wall and then just Spider-Man style go up it, and almost like no gravity. She just resembles a spider or an insect and just climbs up the wall around the camera, and it is impossible.
And then I'm
Oh.
going to promptly damage the damn thing. Cut the cables.
Okay. You just cutting the cables.
My technology is I have very basic technologies, so I just figured destroy the thing in any way I can
Okay.
that might
You know-
make sense to cut it off.
Mhm. You don't
know
even
what's
need
up,
to make a roll then. Go ahead.
You say he Spider-Man climbs, and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 1 came out in 2002.
Oh my god.
Somebody witnessed this and was like, "That's a good fucking idea for a movie."
So you're saying I'm owed copyright money then?
Yep. That's
Pretty
true.
much.
So yeah, you don't even need to roll for it, as you are just cutting the wires. You cut the wires, and you watch the little light on the camera fade.
Then I will wave to Nathaniel. Come on.
Yeah, he's just gonna normally climb over the fence then.
Okay. Make me a dexterity athletics check. Oh no.
Look, okay, it's because Nathan's not fighting anything. If he was fighting something, that would have been like a critical.
Okay. So, Nathaniel, you managed to climb to the top of this thing, and you know those gates that have got the little barb spikes on the end that aren't really sharp, but they're more like for show. You begin to climb down, but your trousers get caught on one of them, and it kind of trips you up, and both of you just hear a noise as Nathaniel kind of drops maybe 7 feet and hits the ground.
You're right there.
You didn't see anything.
Sure. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me, Spider-Man.
And
What?
with that, I will move back inside. As TT, you've just walked over to Brandon and told him this. And Brandon, what were you about to do?
I'm gonna go ahead and like put my arm behind Alice and start walking with TT towards the other guy. And as we're walking, I'm gonna whisper to TT. I'm gonna say, "You want to take care of the cameras? I'll take care of the manager."
Mm-hmm. Easy.
And then that's when I think we would approach the manager.
Okay. At this point, Alice is also talking at the people at the front desk, and she's trying to be helpful, but not really knowing how to do this situation. She's being very obvious and saying things like, "So, I've got kids. Do you have any kid movies?" And the guy's just kind of looking at her like, "Yes, ma'am. We have lots of them."
I'm gonna shake my head and chuckle and say, I think we are gonna go talk to the manager about the movies in particular." And I was
You
saying
say
that
that
to
to
Alice.
the people?
No, that was to Alice.
Okay. She'll just quickly say and quietly say to you, "Oh, thank God." And yeah.
Go knock. And you said it was an office, but like you could see him through the door or something.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm
as you're approaching, you will see at one point he's kind of just laid back watching the monitors, and then you see him kind of jolt forward and like smack one of his monitors a few times, and then stand up and begin to put it on what looks to be like a belt with a few devices on the side. And he looks like he's about to head for the door that you're heading to now.
Any idea what the devices are?
Well, make me a normal wits perception.
Awareness?
What?
Awareness?
Awareness. God damn it. That was your fault for bringing it up. Okay, you put it in my mind.
Can't blame him.
I can and I will.
4.
4. Yeah. You see what looks to be a little canister of something, a walkie-talkie, and what looks to be a obvious firearm that this person probably should definitely not have. You've never seen a manager at a Blockbuster have a gun before.
I'm gonna kind of like grin a little bit. I'm gonna say, "Just who we were looking for." And he's not looking at us right away, is he?
No. He's heading to the door, like, to leave.
Okay, I'm gonna gesture to the firearm whenever when I say just who we were looking for, I'm gonna gesture to the firearm to TT.
TT's headed towards the wire room, I guess. The camera room? Camera room. There we go.
That's the room that he's in, that he's about to leave now.
Oh, good, good.
As well as, if you're looking actually through the window of this door, you'll also see another room in that room. Seems to go deeper into this place. And as he opens the door, he will kind of see you, but just kind of give a nod and begin to head just past you, what looks to be a back exit door.
How far away is he, real quick?
Maybe 3 feet.
When he looks at us, I want to go ahead and try, in that instant that he's looking at us, try and mesmerize.
Okay.
And that will be
In
a
that
rouse check.
case,
I want to zip through that door once he leaves. I have rapid reflexes.
you have rapid reflexes. Okay. Then easy enough to do. You zip in the door before it locks, as it is one of those. You know what you have to. It's got like a little numbered keypad that are metal and old school ones.
Yeah.
So I was trying to mesmerize him, and I was gonna tell him, when I catch his eyes, tell him to go back into that room.
Hang on 1 second, as he gets a roll against this.
Oh. So I need to actually roll for it?
Yep.
Ooh, spicy. I gotta find my...
And what is his save against this?
I am looking at it now. Manipulation and dominate versus intelligence and resolve. And would I add beauty to this because this is a social power, or?
You can't add beauty to any powers.
Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, it's intelligence and resolve on his part.
Okay.
And I am manipulation and dominate. I'm stupid. I have the fucking manipulation.
2 successes on his behalf. It is a tie. It goes to the player.
I am going to tell him to go back into the room, sit down, and put the gun out of reach.
Okay. Now, we'll pause there and go back with the people in the back. As you just saw Nathaniel, eat ass as he drops from the fence, but quickly kind of brushes it off and gets back his composure. You're in the back and you see what looks to be a fire exit. What do you do?
Pick the lock.
Okay. In that case, make me a larceny dexterity roll.
Who here's got the highest larceny and dexterity?
Aaliyah said first, so...
Yeah,
Yeah, did say first.
Oh, you are very hungry.
I am very, very hungry. I'm trying to get inside to get a hold of somebody right now.
I did not know you were that hungry. Okay, that changes things. 2 successes. This is a... Okay, so actually, you notice something a little strange trying to pick this lock. You've been to and seen blockbusters before. You've seen shops like this before. Their security is usually not that intense. However, this door, these locks, they seem to be much more expensive and almost like they are definitely trying to keep people out and stop anyone getting in and seeing something that they shouldn't see. And you are unable to actually pick lock this door right now.
Fair enough. Look around. Does anyone else want to try?
I can give it a go. If you need me to.
For some reason, my touch isn't working tonight.
Got it. Alright. I'm gonna larceny dexterity, you said?
Yep.
I'm just gonna do something really quick. Cool.
Hours.
I'm
Oh
gonna
man, you
out.
guys and your hunger.
I don't know what you're talking about. I only have 2 hunger right now.
Oh, so Jess is just in it for the fight, for the principal.
Jess is in it to beat up pedophiles.
Mhm.
I'm gonna willpower that.
Okay. You're struggling to get this door open.
4
But-
successes.
With a few tips from Aaliyah beside you and telling you what she tried before and that didn't work, you both managed to kind of just get, and you hear the noise, and you watch as the door kind of just opens slightly, maybe 2 centimeters, and as it does, in the distance through a little hallway, you will see what looks to be a man talking with Brandon, and TT quickly dipping to the side and disappearing out of sight.
Okay, turn on silence of death and stealth towards him.
Okay. Make me a stealth roll, please.
Well, I don't make any noise, so unless he has some other way of detecting me, he
Oh
can't.
no, I mean the other 2 people in the racer.
Okay.
Just stealth.
I'm
Go ahead,
gonna,
2 left feet.
I'm gonna activate Fleetness.
Okay.
I get hungrier. Now we're having a little bit of fun, so I get to add my celerity to this check.
And also, when you make the stealth check, add on your what's it called? The power name.
What power? What does it do?
The
Obfuscate.
thing that you activated.
Yeah, that's what I activated.
Obfuscate.
It for.
Yeah. No, I mean Aaliyah as well. Add that onto your roll.
Obfuscate.
Yes. I can't really say it.
Well, it only affects me. It doesn't affect her.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't have the
what I meant.
conal. They don't have the conal effect anymore.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you add it onto your roll.
Oh, I have to make a roll. Okay.
Yeah, for the other 2 people that are looking in that general direction, as you are unheard but not unseen.
The other 2 people being Brandon and TT.
No, the other 2 people at the cash register.
For the stealth roll.
Okay, fair
Oh,
enough.
That would be the
Is that door open?
other attribute.
I thought that door was closed. I thought you said we
Wait.
just saw it.
Which one?
The one that connects the back to the front.
Yeah, and they just opened it.
Mm. I thought there was a door in this.
Oh no, he was heading towards that door, the back door, the exit.
Gotcha.
And the door that I said that you were both heading
Oh.
towards was the door in between you guys.
Aaliyah.
Oh my
No.
god. Okay. Aaliyah, click on your token and hit the compulsion button. Hopefully it's a good one.
Hope it's my
Nathaniel?
clan discipline.
That would be nice. And Nathaniel, you're a ninja, so that's fine.
I like that Jess like superpowered her roll to get 3.
Yeah.
Oh, you did get clan compulsion, weirdly enough. It's the first one.
That's dominate. That's not my clan one, but okay.
No, above it.
You rolled twice.
You rolled
Oh,
twice.
okay, brilliant. Okay, I know exactly what's going on next.
Apparently you can see the future.
Yes, I can. It was all planned. Really, you just didn't realize it.
Damn, you're on another level. But yeah,
And
you are all very stealthy. So, what do you do? Where do you move?
this guy's day is over.
This guy?
The guy I'm behind,
Uh-huh.
his day is over.
Okay, what do? Do you knife? Do you fangs?
Fangs, but drain him dry.
Okay, in that case, Brandon, as you say this to tell him to go into the back room again, even you don't see it, as from the side, you will see a quick dark blur, and before you can even get a good look, you see Aaliyah come up behind this guy as he begins to turn and just begins to bite into his neck and just drink. Do you do anything?
I'm gonna say don't kill him.
Okay. Now I need to make a roll for the other humans.
Do they notice?
Well, they'd have to be looking at it to notice. So
More of noise, not look. Uh, two. No, they don't notice, for now at least, as you begin to drink. Jessica and Nathaniel, what are you doing? As you see Aaliyah kind of dart past you and to this guy and instantly just go into the neck.
Mm,
Isn't an answer. Would you like me to come back to you?
she's doing a blueprint right now. Yeah, she's got the diagram. She's got the exact scale all set up.
In that case, I'll move over to TT. And Nathaniel, if you're talking, I cannot hear you.
I wasn't this time.
Okay. So TT, as you're in the back room, you quickly look back and see Aaliyah on the back of this man now drinking. What are you doing in that room?
Headed to the control center for the cameras and tech.
Okay. You're there. It is in front of you. You see many different monitors. You even see on one of the monitors pointing at now a woman biting a man in the side of the neck and drinking.
He is going to pull the footage, destroy everything up to them, and then shut it all down.
Easy enough for you. This is, not next level technology. It is pretty simple, and you begin that process. Meanwhile, Alice is kind of moving over to Brandon's side to try and cover the appearance of this guy getting attacked right now. But Jessica, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go up and just double distract the people up in the front, making sure that they don't look over or like have any reason to like pay any attention. I'm gonna activate awe.
Okay.
And
What
they're
is
at
it?
the
What is it to save against awe?
it is their I'm looking at it right now actually. It is my manipulation and presence versus their intelligence and composure.
Okay. Intelligence and composure. Where is intelligence? There you go. That's a 3 from the first guy. And a 1 from the other. Make your roll. a draw. It goes to the player. Jesus. Oh, hi, ma'am. I didn't see you come in. Could I help you? I could probably help you. Let me guess. You're and he kind of looks you up and down. You're an action fan. I'll take the silence as a yes.
Oh, sorry, my I forgot to press the button on my mic. But you are very correct, and I'm looking for something interesting to watch. My boyfriend just dumped me, and I'm so lonely. Do you think you could give me any recommendations from the movie on that wall over there? And she's gonna point to the one on the opposite side of where everything is going on.
He will look at you, then look at the wall and say, well, kitten, maybe I can give you a few choices.
That would be absolutely lovely.
And the other guy is kind of like drooling next to him, looking at you. And every now and then he'll go kind of like shake his head and then say, I like action movies too. Yeah.
Well, how about you both come and pick a movie with me? I could use any recommendations, really.
Oh, my friend can he can wait here. I'm in charge of him. So yeah. How about me and you just go over there? And he kind of grabs your hand and begins to like forcibly lead you.
Sure thing. And
Uh.
as they're walking, she's gonna look back and just shoot the kid behind the counter a wink, and kind of like gesture for him to follow.
Manipulation, persuasion.
I add my presence to that as well.
Yes.
And do I add my looks?
I'm gonna say yes for this.
Okay.
Is this over 10 dice?
No.
Okay. Three. Okay. He will, like a puppy dog, kind of nod and then begin to slowly follow without trying not to be seen by the other man walking with you. Meanwhile, though, back over here, Aaliyah, how much do you take?
All of it.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I did say not to kill him. If Brandon notices that Aaliyah's starting to take too much that will kill him, I'm gonna try and intervene.
Okay. How do you intervene?
I'm going to first attempt to drop to Aaliyah's level and like force eye contact and mesmerize.
Okay. Aaliyah, you're mesmerizing Aaliyah.
Yes, to
Okay.
get her to not kill him.
It's a roll-off. Aaliyah, make your saves, and you make your...
Don't I get an opportunity to avoid eye contact?
I'm
I
going to say
believe I
because
do.
you are feeding right now, though.
Luck
I'd
roll.
say make a dexterity athletics, but put a -1 on it.
That rouse was for my mesmerize. And then I'm going to rouse to add dice to it.
Okay.
Do I need to like roll something to try and force the eye contact, or?
Yeah, I get it's
Yeah.
resolve and intimidation versus wits and awareness to try to catch somebody's eye.
You said it's what?
It's your resolve and intimidation versus my wits and awareness for you to catch my eye if I don't want you to.
Okay, I will rouse for that as well.
Yeah, I'd say you can use wits and awareness.
Resolve. And intimidation. Oof. Oh, so it's a tie.
It's
Ooh.
been willpower,
the-
y'all.
No. It's whoever is the aggressor, unless someone would like to willpower, but it usually goes to the aggressor, which is Brandon.
All right. So now, which power are you using?
Mesmerize.
Mesmerize. Okay.
So intelligence. I gotta find it again. I was looking at something else real quick.
A lot of ties tonight. What the hell's happening?
It's good for the neutral fan.
It is my manipulation, dominate versus your intelligence and resolve. Add 2.
And you rouse, right? To add
Yes.
a +2.
Wow.
Okay. That is 7. Messy critical.
Compulsion.
Okay, yeah. They can...
Oh wow.
God, it always turns ugly. So, yes, you managed to get Aaliyah. What do you say to her?
I say in a very aggressive tone, do not kill him.
Yeah. I'd say then, Aaliyah, you could drink free before you have to. You have no choice but to let him go.
So I get a turn drinking or no?
Yeah, I don't see why not. So
Okay. So I'll
you can
take
drink
4
up
then.
to free.
Okay, then I'll drink 4 then.
Yeah, I guess without killing him. So yeah, you could take 4.
Okay, I'll take 4 and then let him go. But bounce him off the floor hard.
He slams to the ground and is immediately unconscious. And I believe you have done
and I'm
what he
just gonna-
said. So
And I'm
you're
just
now
going to
free.
stare at Brandon and be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
We're not here to kill people. And I'm gonna like grab him by the hair and try and like shake him enough to wake him up. Like the guy on the ground, and try and shake him enough to wake him
Not
up.
possible. He has taken 4. He's out. He needs medical attention fast or he's going to die. He's not waking up.
Did Aaliyah lick the wound?
No.
No, you told let him go, so I let him go and got rid of him.
Yep.
Okay. Can I try to lick the wound real quick since Aaliyah didn't?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking shake my head and fucking. There's nothing to harm right now. I mean, I could harm one of them, but no.
There's 4 other
I'm-
vampires in the room you can harm or try
Yeah,
to.
there's Aaliyah that
I'm
just
gonna-
annoyed the hell out of you.
Yeah, exactly. We can fight.
I'm gonna look at TT and say, TT, did you see where any of the other ones are?
TT's in the other room, not with you.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought the computer room was in here.
Branched off.
He jumped in before it closed. Also, you now do not have access to the code that you need to open the door, so that's fun.
I'm going to.
You can see TT. He's there is a door in front of you with a window, and you can see TT. He's typing away at a computer.
I'm going to walk up to the fucking guys up by Jess and from behind shove one of them into the wall, shove the older man into the wall, and try and intimidate him and be like, where are the rest of these fucking foul beasts?
Okay. So make me a manipulation, intimidation. As just you see as you're talking to him, and he's talking about, yeah, Die Hard is the best movie ever made. It's
Now this,
perfect. It's a Christmas movie. It's amazing.
now this
It's a
I can add
Christmas
my looks
movie.
to, right?
What? Two you talked at the same time.
I was asking this. I can add my looks to my looks merit to, right?
No. And then all of a sudden, you see Brandon come up behind him and shove him into the walls, smashing against lots of these video cassette tapes, and most of them fall down to the ground. And he looks like shocked, looking back.
Baby,
And that is a 3.
you like this one?
He will look at you, and let me roll for him. Resolve, composure. Nope. He will just look at you and, what are you talking about? What?
I'm gonna grab him by the leg because I imagine I pushed him and he kind of like slumped to the ground a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna grab him by the leg and attempt to drag him to the fucking guy
Mhm.
that Aaliyah just dropped.
Okay. In that case, Jessica, make me a wits awareness real quick.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Wits
Okay.
perception. God damn it.
Wits perceptions, wits awareness. Uh-huh.
Are you saying you have like a whole like 2 or 3 dice for this?
I'm saying I have 3 dice, but I only got 1 success.
Okay. In that case, you don't see it.
Okay.
She
Please
doesn't
hold.
see me snatch the guy from her.
No, not
Yeah.
that.
Focus
Oh,
on
the guy
Seeing if
Aaliyah
she
dropped.
sees the other guy pull the gun and shoot you in the back. Be firearms and dexterity. BA. As a 3. Make me a dexterity athletics -1.
Dexterity, athletics, -1.
Yep.
That's not the button. -1. Ooh,
Okay. You're going to take 4, roll down to 2. You're going to take 2 superficial damage as a shot echoes throughout this blockbuster, and you feel a sharp pain in the shoulder blade on your left side as the man
Does-
stands with a smoking gun now in his hand.
does the stab vest help any?
I don't think it does. Not with guns.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna like drop the dude's leg and I'm gonna like as I walk towards the guy who just shot me, I'm gonna stomp on the dude
Okay.
and
Hold there.
attempt. Yep.
Nathaniel and Titi, what are you two doing?
Is that door soundproof? Like, is it one of those doors that's like
No.
soundproof? Okay.
In this room, is there anything else here that's not just the cameras? Like, or the cameras leading to the back room, perhaps?
There's another door in the room with you.
Oh, okay. Well, if there's nothing like going on there, he'll go and check the door. Close on, of course.
Okay. You open up the back door and you see another small room, except it's got a few cardboard boxes in the middle and on some desks around the sides. And on the inside, you see blank cassette tape boxes.
He'll lean. Are there any VCRs or anything around?
Yes, there would be a TV and a VCR already set up in the corner of this room.
He's gonna pop one in just to confirm.
You see what you fear to see.
Okay. All right. He'll put it back in the box, walk out. I found it. What are y'all doing here?
You're
Why?
locked in that
Why is
room.
he on the
Actually,
floor?
You're fine, as on the inside of those doors, you can usually just
Yeah.
open them. Yeah.
Why? Why is he on the? Never mind. I found what we're looking for. The manager's most likely definitely in on it. That big muscle motherfucker who wandered out is in on it. Why is he? Someone please stop him from dying unless you want a corpse here.
There is also a man pointing a gun and shooting Brandon right now.
Oh, look at that. Teacher's gonna duck aside.
And Nathaniel, what are you doing?
Going to attempt to help Brandon and get the guy to drop the gun again.
Okay, how?
Stab him.
Okay, so you run up to the guy with the gun and you try and stab him.
Sure.
Make me a dexterity athletics versus his to see if you get there before he does. If you have any speed abilities, now's the time.
I'm sorry, dexterity and what?
Athletics.
Wow. Of course.
He got a
Oh,
crit.
I thought that was Nathan. I was like,
No,
just
no.
proves the point. Watch Nathan get him crit with a 5.
He does get a 7, which beats him. So yeah, you get to attack first. Go ahead and make your attack. As you are a speed demon, no one can stop you. You are the ninja. Yes, Nathaniel does go Super Saiyan.
That would be
That's not,
melee and
that's not saying.
dexterity, right?
That's,
It's only 7, and there's no criticals, so it's clearly not up to Nathaniel's standards.
Yes, he rolled under his standards. But yes, it is dexterity melee.
Nathan said that is a subpar roll for my combat roll.
And he gets a 4 from that, which he will make a dexterity athletics. See if he can dodge. That is a 4 as well, but it goes to the player. So you do hit, and as it is matching, you will do 1 point of damage to him. Okay. Now, Jessica, are you doing anything at this point?
All right. I see that Brandon got shot in the back. I'm also gonna go up and run. I'm gonna pull out my knife. And I'm gonna go using my celerity, run up, stab the guy that shot Brandon.
Okay. Go ahead and make their attack.
Okay.
As well as you do that, the older man will get up and begin to run around the cash register.
All right.
So, out of curiosity, the younger guy who pulled the gun.
I just want to note, nobody said that when I watched the last Blockbuster show. Nobody pointed out anything like this ever happened.
All right. So, Dex and melee.
Yep.
All right.
So with the one guy having the gun, does it seem like he's in on it, and with the old guy cowering, he's not in on it?
You can make an insight check. Wits insight. Why is Hydro in the chat? Brandon, you know. Chaos is spewing out right now. You want to hurt someone and can't really get a good sense on who's good guy, who's bad guy here.
Gotcha.
Jessica, you roll a 2. He will
I rolled a
roll
4.
against it. Oh, you willpowered. Okay.
Yeah. What is with this dude?
Ties. But it goes to the player. Tie. Okay.
This is one buffed up motherfucking kid.
But yes, you get a stab in, and that is another point of damage to him. After that, Brandon, you were heading towards him. Actually, no.
Yeah.
Aaliyah, what are you doing in the back?
I'm picking up the guy I started on, and then
Mhm.
finishing him off as I go around the corner to get cover from the gunshot.
Okay.
Gunshots.
As
Would
he
that
is. Yep.
would that be able to happen as the mesmerize did go off with not killing him?
You said
It's not
drop.
subliminal command. Mesmerized is instantaneous. Subliminal command is the one that lasts.
Yes, but it lasts for I think it lasts for like a few hours. And you did say don't kill him and drop him. So I'm gonna say, yeah, it would still be in effect. So
It says
yeah,
until the command is carried out or the scene ends, whichever comes first.
yeah, so it would still be up. So Aaliyah, as you go down to try and snap this pathetic man's neck, you just stop and you can't seem to just grab him, and you know that this is some Ventrue bullshit.
Old boy's coming with me.
Okay, you drag him with you around the corner, getting out of the way of the gunshots. And as well, I'm going to say that Alice, now that the gunshot's fired, she will actually come behind you, Aaliyah, and help you drag the body around the corner, trying to get out of the way. And Brandon, go ahead and do what you wanted to do.
I wanted to try and grab him by the throat and hold a gun to his, like, my pistol to his forehead.
Okay,
And tell
make
him
me. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say whenever if I do it, I was gonna say that I want him to tell me where the rest of them are.
Okay, make me a strength brawl.
Wow. Nope.
And then against his strength brawl, he might also lose.
No.
That's a 3.
Yeah.
You try and get him, get around him and put him into a headlock and put the gun, but he breaks through, and as he does, he will pull the gun again, pointing at you. But at this point, I'll say Jessica and Nathaniel, both of you make wits perception checks.
Awareness.
God damn it!
No, you can't blame me this time. You acknowledged that I brought it into your mind the first time, and you openly acknowledged it, so you know that you know.
Oh, I'm killing one of you people tonight, I swear. Nathaniel, that's a 1. Oh, Jessica, that's a 0. Okay.
That's a bestial failure too.
That's a bestial fail?
It
Yes.
is. That
Yep.
it is.
And
Give
she
me that
can't
compulsion.
willpower.
I hope it's harm.
Hopefully it's not, because Brandon ain't trying to get stabbed in the ass again.
It's not gonna be Brandon that's getting stabbed in the ass, dude. I just
Hunger.
My God. Oh, Jess, you're at 400 now too, aren't you? Shit.
Yeah.
Oh
am.
no. Nathaniel and Jessica, make me frenzy checks.
I'm at 400 myself.
All 3 of you make. Oh no. All 3 of you make frenzy checks.
Oh hell yeah! This is gonna be a ballroom freaking blitz.
Is anyone else at 4 hunger here?
What's
Jesus.
the difficulty?
What's the difficulty?
Blood has been shed. You can see it. You can smell it. That is a 2, I believe.
Okay.
Success.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay. You managed to keep ahead, but the beast inside is ripping the cage apart, wanting to get out. And as you do not see this man in the back, UTT in the way back of the store will see him pull out what looks to be a much larger looking weapon, and it looks not huge like a rifle, but quite shorter, and there seems to be a little a handle at the front. You would know this to be like I believe it's a submachine gun, like an MP5.
The fuck, this motherfucker got a submachine gun.
Uh-huh.
Bro, alright. No, definitely everybody's in on this shit now. Everybody finna get it.
All
No
right.
shit.
Yep. TT is going to envelop him.
Ooh, what is that?
So he's gonna open his Palm Pilot. Erase that. He is going to blow powder out, and it's gonna rush at this guy. I'm gonna make a roll. Actually,
Is a Palm Pilot like a little compact like makeup
Yeah.
mirror thing?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
and it's gonna be my wits and alchemy versus his stamina and survival. And
Stamina
essentially,
survival.
Mist is gonna swirl around him and start choking the shit out of him.
Okay. Well, that's not a good roll for him, so
Anytime you say Palm Pilot, I keep thinking of like a PDA for some reason.
that is a 1. But
Let me make my
he
browse
will.
check. That's not great.
He's gonna willpower his fucking roll.
Mhm. That's 2 successes from him.
It's an alchemy. Where's this? Here it is.
Let's just say I am so glad TT cut the fucking camera feed.
Oh, obviously, darling.
There
at,
is
at
like
so- at some point,
way
you're going to process the idea that the biggest enemy you have is cameras.
Yep.
It's going to get through. It's just a matter of time.
Why do you
Once
think the
TT's not
Camarilla hate
there-
them? That is
Well,
a
that
3.
that's why like after the last situation, that's why Brandon had asked like, hey, you want to go take care of that real quick?
So what does that do as you succeed?
Okay, so Mist is gonna swirl around him, sparkly pink mist, and he has -3 from sight checks, range checks in his dice pool, and he's going to start suffocating. He can't take
Jesus.
actions except coughing and choking, and that's it's gonna happen until the scene ends, until I end it voluntarily.
Okay. You just watch as this powder seems to zoom by most of you and hit this man in the face. And you watch as a kind of cloud appears around him of pink, sparkly mist. And you watch him just. And he will fire off the gun, but not aiming at anyone. Just a few times, shooting some bullets randomly in the air, and then go down to one knee and.
Oh, he can't do that. He can't take actions right now.
He's not taking. That
Yeah.
was just me. Flare. That was a flare.
Well, I don't want
Flare for the
gunshots for
dramatic.
flares.
So
But,
we have to roll. We have to roll what for like not getting hit?
I don't think you have to roll anything, right?
Oh,
Oh
No,
no, this is targeted.
So you're fine.
okay. I thought you were
Uh,
saying we had to roll to like dodge the blind fire.
Oh no, you're fine. That was just me being dramatic with the explanation.
Gotcha.
And with that, this guy will now take another shot at you, Brandon.
That's a shot at me, not the people who stabbed him.
Nope. Shooting you first. Has a 1 success. He will willpower. As a 2 success, make a dexterity athletics. As he pulls the barrel up to your head this time and begins to aim after he's just been stabbed in multiple places, but sees you running at him and takes a shot.
You said dexterity athletics.
Yep. 2, that's a tie. It goes to the player. Jesus, so many ties. That you manage to quickly dodge to the side as the bullet goes past your head and hits near Aaliyah and Alice. You watch some brickwork kind of shatter near your faces, leaving a little bit of dust on your cheek, Aaliyah, but doesn't hit you. And Brandon, you can make your move.
I'm going to attempt to mesmerize him.
Okay. And that's his intelligence and composure, right?
Resolve,
Resolve.
and I will rouse.
That is a 2.
Oh no!
Hit that button.
Oh,
Oh, thank
Oh.
God!
Well, you get that,
That
and then you immediately lose it.
So my command, in like a very grudging tone, I'm going to say, "Get on your knees and cower before me."
Okay. He will go down onto two knees, look up at you, almost like a worshipper would a deity, and begin to just kind of grovel in front of you. At that point, as it has been quite a bit of time, everyone at Four Hunger, please make me another frenzy check. Difficulty is 2.
If all three of us fail, you know what's about to happen to this guy, right? Like if me,
Bro,
Nate,
this
Yeah.
guy's gonna get got if we all
Like-
fail.
you
Piranha.
remember that? You remember that scene from Queen of the Damned where like they
Mhm.
smell the queen's blood?
Oh my
Yep.
god, yeah.
All right. Sorry.
Success, success.
I am
One
rolling
more
my
to
net.
go.
Difficulty is 2, correct?
Yep. Success. You keep the beast in check as he is now on his knees groveling. You know that's not going to last for long as he has just completed your orders and he still has the gun in his hand.
I'm just gonna tell the other two, grab his arms.
Which two? I'm just guessing Jessica and someone else.
Nathan.
Okay. Nathaniel, what do you do?
He grabbed an arm.
You okay?
What? Oh no, the pink mist got him too.
Uh-oh.
No, he does as Brennan says.
Okay. You grab him, and I'm guessing, Jessica, do you take the gun off of him?
Oh, not only am I taking his gun, I'm gonna activate Daunt.
Okay.
Oh, are you grabbing his arm too? This
I
man,
am.
I feel so
Gun in
bad.
one hand, arm in the other, and I'm staring him. I'm staring daggers down at him.
What is
he-
that against? What does he roll against?
There's no roll. He is just afraid of me.
Oh, okay. Then he will look up at you and begin to go into a panic.
This poor man got told to cower before somebody, and now some little thin, slim woman just like manhandles this dude.
At the top of his voice, he will scream, "Help me! Help, robbers! Help!"
I like knee him
Yeah.
as he starts to scream.
Yeah,
I
can
don't
I?
grab his head and knee him.
Ugh! And you watch as blood begins to trickle down his nose.
Oh god, another frenzy check.
In a couple more seconds.
All right.
Where are the rest of you?
You see Aaliyah and Alice are clearly hiding behind the corner with the body, and TT is already out in the open throwing the dust at the guy who is still.
Eventually, he'll fall unconscious.
Is
What
that
do you
all that there are? Is just the 3 of them?
so far?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna keep. So this time, since he didn't answer me, I'm gonna grab him by the hair and like force him to look up at me, and I'm just gonna tell him, like, stare at him and be like, "Where are the rest of them?" And as I like finish my sentence, I'll put the gun right underneath his chin.
Manipulation, intimidation. At this point as well, you hear the older gentleman at the back thud on the ground, and you can see that his body begins to twitch with the lack of oxygen.
Only 2.
2?
Yeah.
Make roll me a. Roll me 2d10 on top of that.
Okay. 1 and an 8.
So 1 success. So that's a 3. And that is also 3, which means it goes to the player again.
A lot of ties tonight.
Yeah. He will look at you and What did you ask him again? If there's anyone else?
Where are the rest of you?
Just, just us. Are you cops? You can't do this.
I'm gonna, as he says that, I'm gonna let his head go and just kind of drop, and I'm gonna turn around, and as I turn around, I'm gonna say, no, we're much worse than cops, and start walking to the other guy. And as I walk off, I'm gonna tell Jess and Nate that they can have him.
In that case, Nathaniel and Jessica make another frenzy check.
Okay. 2 again.
Yep. You're all fine.
Wow, we're having a really good run of luck with restraining frenzy.
Yeah, I know. That probably won't last long. If Nathaniel's fine, Jessica gonna bite into him.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, if I need him in the head, does my harm compulsion go away?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Nathaniel, do you also joining this feeding frenzy?
Sure, team bonding.
Hell yeah.
So how much would you both like to take?
I'll take 2.
And I'll take 2.
Okay.
Now, question is who drains him?
Now, this is what happens. You feed 1 from him, Jessica.
Mm-hmm.
And you also feed 1 from him, Nathaniel. And I need you to both make a frenzy check again, this time at 3 difficulty, as you are now tasting blood at 4 hunger. And there it is.
There it is.
Wait. Why is there no dice?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me try that. Let me try that again. There we go.
Okay. For some reason that didn't work the first time. So you take 1. You take 1. And at that moment, as this man has already been stabbed twice and lost 2 of his health, you feel him go limp and cold and unmoving. What do you guys do?
We need to hide this body. We need to hide that body. Yeah.
Do I hear Jess saying we need to hide the body?
That's up to Jess.
Yeah, no, I was asking. If she's saying,
Yeah. You would. She's kind of like murmuring to herself. Getting slight flashbacks to what happened in London.
I'm gonna say, don't worry about it. After we're done here, I have people coming to take care of it.
These people
are cops for Chicago.
Bad people. Yeah, sorry. She kind of again kind of looks like she's slightly disassociating. She's had to kill a lot of people in these past couple weeks. So it's right people. You feeling all right? Literally anybody, any of you guys, we feeling good?
Well,
Brandon was about to feed on the old man that TT choked with powder.
Hang on, Nathaniel, how is your character feeling as you look down and you have just helped kill this person?
I think he's currently trying to take in the situation. Just like, oh wow, I did that. Oh wow.
We killed bad people. Really bad people.
I just look over at y'all and I'm like, yes, you're doing the city a justice.
Now,
Yeah.
TT,
Mm-hmm.
at this point, this man is about to suffocate and die. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna stop right before he dies.
Okay. And Aaliyah, the shooting has stopped, and you look over and you see that, annoyingly, has Brandon stopped you from murdering this guy? It seems now they are beginning the murder fest. What do you do?
I am going to stop TT from saving the guy that he's trying to save.
How?
I can't kill them, but doesn't mean I can't stop somebody from helping them.
Well, TT is suffocating someone with a power right now. How would you try and
Well-
stop that?
Oh no, TT's killing them or helping them? Wait, I got
No.
confused.
So TT's using a power. He is turning his power off right before the guy dies.
Oh, I'll sit back and observe and listen for police cars.
Okay.
And
that
I was
case-
going, you don't
Go
know.
ahead. You want to feed on him?
Yeah.
In that case, as you go over, you watch as the pink, sparkly mist that is kind of rotating around this person's head begins to just fail and fall from the air. And you watch it, the now unconscious body just.
Was this guy in fairly good health? Like,
He had like a dad bod, a bit of a gut, but muscly, and he was on the old side, maybe around 50, 57.
alright, I'm going to go ahead and only take 2 dots from him, and then look over and Jess and Nathan will say, go ahead and take this one too. The other one probably didn't have much.
Ah.
And then I'll just walk back there with Aaliyah and be like, whatever, at this point, kill him. I don't care.
No, thank you for your permission. And then I'll drain the fucker.
Okay. You take one more. And anyone who kills out of game, you do not have to add a stain to your humanity.
All right. I was gonna, if Nathan wasn't gonna do anything, I wanted to drain the old man dry.
Up to Nathaniel, do you want to join again, or would your character be in shock right now, Nathaniel?
No, have fun.
I'm gonna look at TT and be like, TT, do you think you can find any information on the contributors?
TT is staring at you all blankly and turns back to the computers. Click, click, click.
Make me a as this you do run into a firewall. Make me a intelligence technology roll. If you have hacking, that as a specialty, you can add that.
I certainly do.
Can I rouse to try and... Or wait.
All
Yeah,
your
what
base
is
belong to me?
What, Brandon?
what is it to try and heal if I want to heal one of those points?
You just rouse for it.
God damn it.
You go up in hunger, but you do heal that superficial wound. And with that insane roll, again from TT tonight,
And it's a critical.
Nathaniel, he stole your powers. He stole them.
Hold on.
I'm
lost.
telling you,
I can't hear
anything
you. Give me
he
a
wants.
minute. Okay.
I'm telling you, anything TT wants to do, he is doing tonight. Like,
Kind of incredible, to be honest.
All right, I'm back. So what did I find out with my 6 successes taking over the entire network?
Yeah, shut up.
you mean with your
Uh,
six success critical? Because like I said, TT woke up. He's like, you know what? I'm feeling like that bitch today.
Every day.
I tell you what, rolls have been kind of insane today, though. We're like
they
all the
really
time,
have.
all the frenzies being restrained. I honestly thought at this point somebody would have gone into frenzy long before just hit that one frenzy.
Okay. So you begin to get into their system and look at, who's been here, the shipments, and how some shipments of boxes seem to be coming in not when the main shipment comes, as well as being smaller. And eventually, you will get one receipt from these shipments that someone's being sending here, and the name that you get is only one, no second name. This, I'll put it in the chat for everyone.
Does it say where the shipments are coming from?
It does. It. Let me just look on the map.
The shipments are coming from London.
No.
Okay, so he's just gonna extract all the information he needs to get.
Hang on. There you go.
What is that?
What? What?
Genghis Form Austin Village.
Hmm. That's the name that seemed to have been signed, and that's where the deliveries are from, or being delivered. Sorry, where they dispatched from.
Where's that location at?
That would be. Yeah, I'll put you on the map so you can see.
TT said, shit, we about to have another fun night.
Okay. It's like a burr on everything.
Mm-hmm.
And where are we currently on that map?
You are where Jessica is, up here.
Okay.
Now, TT, could you make me a intelligence politics roll?
Yes, I can. This. Will a history specialty help with this at all?
Does it just say history, your specialty?
Academic specialty history.
Mm,
I could specify that to like kindred history.
Kindred history, then yes.
Yeah, sure.
Three successes. In that area, there's a lot of Anak dealings.
Oh shit.
And make me one more intelligence. Wits intelligence.
Okay. I have etiquette.
No.
Okay.
These humans that just gave you guys quite a bit of trouble, a lot more trouble than most humans would give. And, you know, you've seen Kindred use their abilities on them. They usually just, you know, go into mindless zombies and do whatever they say, or they become bumbling idiots in the presence of a Kindred. These ones seem to have almost like they're mentally prepared.
Like they have built resistances to some disciplines.
Out of game, they got to try and save from disciplines.
Yeah. Okay. I have a cult at 3 dots, so I probably know the effect that disciplines have on mortals repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
Damn Anox. Okay, this is information he would keep right now because we're currently in a situation. So he'll
Did
table
you
that.
did you like say that? Was that you just like saying that in your thoughts, or
He's pulling all this information and going over it. We're not about to have this discussion in the middle of a scene.
By the way, can Jessica, Brandon, not TT, Nathaniel, and Aaliyah all hit their tokens and hit the blood resonance button? Okay, that's fine. No big things there. And TT, you didn't feed, right? I was right there.
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so you have 3 bodies now. A lot of gunfire, a lot of bullet holes, and what seems like 4 boxes filled with child porn in the back. What are you guys doing?
I think we leave those for evidence, right?
I'm calling Harry.
Yep, there we go.
Okay. You call Harry 2 rings. He answers. Yep.
Hey, if you got reports of gunfire, and I give him like the general area.
Yeah, we're just heading out there now. You okay? Was that you?
Let's just say some vigilantes just handled a child porn smuggling operation, ran out of a Blockbuster.
Well, why don't we say, to avoid the reporters, that the police made a surprise bust that went wrong.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll give you guys 7 minutes.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and say thank you. I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna hang up the phone and say, we got 7 minutes.
Click, click, click. TT's already leaving.
All right. Do you want me to drive again?
Sounds good.
Got it.
By the way, I just like to say that you came out here to feed, and most of you are leaving with like more than what you came in with.
No, I was at 3, but things went sideways. So
I mean, that's what you get for picking the more serious crimes to go after. So, do you just bolt, all of you?
yeah, I think we all. I mean, I'm getting in the car.
Is there a
Is any-
quick way to disable? Is there a quick way to disable the fire suppression system?
Make me an intelligence technology roll. true. You're not really sure. I mean, you could try and damage it, but you're not sure if it, exactly work, especially since there are many sprinklers around. You can try something, but you're definitely not sure on how to just immediately stop it.
Fair enough. Just then I'll leave.
Okay. Now, last thing, does anyone take anything from this scene?
I'm stealing some popcorn and milk duds.
Okay.
That is all. That is all she takes out of this whole thing.
Is there anything around here that would be useful to take as a kindred?
As a kindred, there's the machine gun that he brought out. There's the Matrix. That's you've heard good reviews on. That's pretty much it.
Oh, Die Hard. Die Hard's the movie that the guy recommended to Jess. Apparently, it's a Christmas movie.
Yep. Everyone
not
knows it's a
taking
Christmas movie.
Because I don't want to.
Okay. No one takes anything. Oh well, just took
Actually-
chocolate. But
I'm gonna take a copy of The Godfather.
okay.
Wow.
Classic Ventru
Just
movie.
kind of start.
And TT, you do you do anything before leaving?
No,
Nathaniel?
he stalks to the car.
No.
Okay. Then within 2 minutes of him putting down the phone, you are back in the car and making your way away from the crime scene. As maybe a good, a few 100 feet away, you will see flashing lights coming around the corner and speeding past you guys. And, the sirens blaring. But from there, where do you go?
I do need to meet Capone.
You do.
I don't know what the rest of the people are planning to do.
Aaliyah, are you
TT's.
going with him?
Where's he going again?
To see Capone.
Sure, why not?
And TT is doing what?
He's staring out the window. Or
Oh.
glaring out the window of the car.
Okay.
On the drive back, I did want to ask TT if he was able to find out, who was enabling this.
No.
Okay.
So-
Deception and you do insight. Wits insight versus manipulation, deception.
Should I roll perception too?
What? Wait, what? What? Did I say perception?
No, you said deception.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
deception.
did say
Oh, no. Subterfuge. God damn it.
that.
Now it's traveling to other skills. Congratulations.
I don't want to
Damn.
play anymore.
He doesn't stop at perception anymore.
Ooh. Make me an arcana check.
I mean, yeah, sure. Can I use half my
Use
makeup?
magic device.
What's that?
Can I use half my makeup stealth roll as a modifier?
You could add your looks to it, yeah.
I failed, so and Brandon doesn't really. Yeah, Brandon wouldn't have believed you anyway, or Brandon wouldn't have doubted you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, TT is a trusted friend. He's a beloved colleague. You trust him completely. And with that, do you say to Jessica, who is driving right now, to drop you off at Al Capone's, or do you want to invite them, or what do you want to do?
As I did say it was going to be me and Capone only wanted Aaliyah to come too. I'm going to say, hey Jessica, do you mind dropping me off at Master Capone's I would invite y'all, but he only asked for Aaliyah, and I don't want to disturb him.
I'll drop you both off a block away. That way it doesn't look, weird. I don't know. Sure. Well, where are we going? You Al Capone's house? Where is that?
Uh, I would imagine at this time he'd probably be at his residence, right? His mansion.
Yeah, in the heart of the Ventru territory, downtown.
Yeah, so just to his house.
Okay. You make your way there, Jessica, and you drop them off, and you take Brandon's car as you head where? Jessica,
I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button again.
I'll kill you.
He about to go
Hey,
joyriding around the strip.
Anywhere you guys need to be or want to go, or do you just want me to drop the car off at the house? Nathaniel, TT.
I have a question out of game. Did David ever get back in contact with Nathaniel?
David, you took 4 from David, right? I have notes that he would be in the hospital right now.
Yeah, well, I think he took 3. I'm not sure.
3. So that would mean it's been 2 days. So he would be. Let me just check one thing. Not yet.
No, just the Haven is fine.
TT.
As we head back to the Haven, he just point at a corner. Drop me off right there, please.
Oh, real quick, I do want to ask, are we actually doing the extra hour that y'all were talking about, or?
I thought we were.
Okay, I was just wanting to check.
If everyone's okay with that.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good. I wish to kill one of you tonight.
I think I'm gonna just start paying for the extra hour regardless, and then even if we don't play, it's just a
Eventually-
good storyteller tip.
Eventually ends up to another
Oh.
session. Don't tip
Oh,
this
yeah.
motherfucker.
If I had if I had more, I'd be able to give $5. Like,
It's
yeah,
fine, dude. We don't really do tipping here anyway.
I know.
don't
I
accept
just
it.
people that give people do things good for people. And I view
Well,
this as
at the end of this game, TT will be getting 1 experience point, and Brandon will be getting 7. So
no,
Oh,
not
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
Oh no. Less experience to do what I'm already doing.
Bro, yeah, right. Does TT even need experience after tonight? Like, what is happening?
Actually, the XP is now a handicapping system. So
Yeah.
people that kind of have their stuff together don't need as much. People who are in a little bit of trouble get as many as they need.
Equalizes.
Bro, if that's the case, fucking TC will never get experience again. Like, if anyone deserves a bonus on experience, it should be TT, just because of how well his character's done everything tonight.
In that case, I think Nathaniel, we owe him 10.
Shift.
But yes, do you drop him off on the corner of some street?
If he asks for it, then yeah.
Okay. And Brandon, by the way, did you take your childer?
Would I think that it would be disrespectful? Like, would I know whether it would be disrespectful as she wasn't mentioned in the proposal?
Wits,
Or
etiquette. I see one more goddamn crit tonight. 4. Capone's a serious man about serious business, and the fact that he didn't mention, bring anyone else, it was between you and him, and then he asked for one other person. You probably guessed that it would be rude to bring anyone else.
So I'll just explain that to Alice and like pat her head and kind of rub it a little bit and say, "Don't worry though, I'll meet you at home."
I like how she's become your dog now. I pat her head.
So like I said, it's all part of like Brandon
Mhm.
changing personality after that incident with fucking the thing, and then seeing his child. He's dealing with some real shit.
Yeah, you skinned someone. I think I know. But yeah, you drop him off, and Jessica, Alice, and Nathaniel, you head straight home then.
Yep.
Okay. You make
Yep.
your way home. And I'm actually going to go with TT right now. As you get let out at this corner street. Beside you is a liquor store. What do?
He is going to look around and thinking to find probably a transient or something.
A what?
Hobo.
Oh, I've never heard that word before.
We call them transient peoples in America.
I've never heard that before. Okay. So make me a. Are you trying to feed?
Yeah.
Okay, make me a hunter's roll. Ooh. Okay. With a 1, you look around some of these street corners, and with no luck, you do not find any homeless people. However, there are a number of drunk people around, and people just trying to make their way home from a long day at work. There is a gang of maybe 5 people, men, who are all on they have ripped clothes and things like that, and they're kind of hanging outside the liquor store, very drunkenly, loudly singing. What do you want to do?
Is there a group of drunk, young-looking, stupid people, like college-age frat guys?
College age. Where you are now? No. Back near the Haven, near the actual university district, you probably would. But where you are now, no.
All right. What about just young, drunk, stupid kids?
Yeah, you see a few, girls walking by on the young side, drunkenly trying to make their way home. One guy is tying his shoelace, and he's kind of like falling to the side a little bit, clearly drunk. But he looks like he's crying at the moment as well. Any of those take your fancy?
Is he with a group or is he just by himself, like
Just by himself.
languishing away? Yeah, he'll do.
Okay. What do you do then? You walk over to him.
You look like you having a rough night.
All right. I'm fine. My girlfriend just fucking dumped me.
Oh no! Come and tell TT all about it.
And he will go into a hug and kind of slobberly, put his whole weight of his body on you. I love her so fucking much.
Yes. TT will usher him into a alley. You tell me all about it. I got a little something to make it better.
We've been together since we were teenagers. Her ass was so amazing, and I made a joke about it, and she laughed, and we started to date. And now she says I have no ambitions. Of course, I have ambitions. I want to be someone.
What you do now, honey? What you do now?
I'm a car mechanic.
Now, see, that's a worthy skill. If you got a woman who don't respect that, then you need a different woman.
Yeah, Fuck her. I did everything for her, and now where are we? And he kind of like looks around.
Don't worry about it. Here, have this. And he offered him some of the drugs he picked up before they went to the strip club before.
Okay, are these pills or are they what?
You know, you just sit down, I do it. And he'll pull out his little extraction kit.
E.T., you over
Okay.
here drugging literally everybody.
Well, some of us don't have things.
And he will kind of sit him down on a milk crate that is on this side of this alleyway.
So first he's gonna keep him talking and then extract the blood he wants. Two levels, and then he's gonna pump him full of some drugs.
I bought her shoes, I bought her clothes, I paid her bills, and all I asked was her to love me. Why won't anyone love me?
Titi looks him over. Is he an unfortunate looking man?
No, he's definitely not a supermodel, but he's he's like a 7.
Maybe you're trying too hard. You know, some women like a man who don't treat them poorly, but you know, also don't smother them with attention. Have you thought about switching to men?
I mean, I had an experience in college, but I don't know. My man, my father, he's very religious, and I don't know. Maybe I should try it again.
Look here, what you go do is you go home and sleep this off. You go wake up, you go shower, shave, go get a haircut. Don't forget to brush the teeth. You go buy you a nice outfit, maybe some jeans, maybe a nice t-shirt or a polo, something to accentuate, you know, your physique. Also get a gym membership. And then you just go out and do a day by yourself. Don't worry about her. Don't worry about tomorrow. You experience today. And let me tell you, when people get away from that energy, all settled and satiated and content in life, it's gonna change the world for you. Best believe. TT no. TT no.
Yeah, you're right. TT do know. Thank you. Thank you for helping. And he's going to grab your clothing at the front and pull you in and try to kiss you.
No, thank you, honey. No.
Oh, I thought that.
No. See, you gotta work on yourself first. If you
Oh.
can't love yourself, how you gonna love someone else?
Yeah. And he will get up from the milk crate.
Let's get you a taxi. You got a card?
No, I'm drunk.
You got a card, baby, for your garage.
Oh, we went out walking tonight. I do have a car. I can get a taxi.
Your garage, honey child. Your garage where you work at.
Oh, the garage? Yeah, I could take you there. You wanna go there?
You know what? I find you. Tito will pull out his wallet and check his ID.
Okay.
Okay.
It says Matthew Summers.
Cool. Then he's going to bundle him into a taxi.
Okay.
Ugh, young men these days, I tell you. 50 years ago, it was all testosterone and bluster, and now it's, oh, my girlfriend. He wanders away, catches a taxi back to the Haven.
Okay. And now we'll move over to Aaliyah and Brandon as you two make your way into, or should I say, outside Al Capone's home, where you see a number of security officers seem to be waiting outside. What do you do?
I'm going to go to whichever one looks like he's the doorman and say, "Hi, I'm here to speak with Master Capone. I had a conversation with him earlier. My name is Brandon."
Yes, sir. We've been waiting for you, and I assume this would be Aaliyah.
Yes, this is.
Very good. Okay, you can head on in, sir. Ma'am.
I'm going to nod and then head to wherever I'm gestured to, or wherever would make sense to wait for Mr. Capone.
You make your way up the drive, and you're quickly let into the front of the house, where there
By
seems to
the
be. Yep.
by the way, I did bring the cassette of Godfather with me.
Okay. Okay. You make your way inside, and on the left of this beautiful, very old style. What's that part of history in America where all the alcohol
Plantation.
was? No, all
Or
the alcohol was like
Prohibition.
prohibition.
yeah,
Prohibition.
yeah,
That's what made the mob in America. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. It's very prohibition, architecture, and it is a older building. And you are led into one of the side rooms, what looked to be a smoking room, and you are free to wait. Do you talk about anything while waiting?
I'm going to go ahead and look at Aaliyah and say, "Look, I'm sorry for what I did. I was trying to keep the one alive, or at least keep them alive, so that my buddy wouldn't have as much of a mess to clean up for us."
2 points there. 1, never interfere with one of my kills again, or you'll be the next one. And 2, I always clean up my own bodies.
I'm gonna smirk and then lean back, say, "I would enjoy that moment."
I'll just observe the room and enjoy the history of it, and notice if the people who are there, if they look like employees or they're actually just there as a club thing.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Aaliyah, do you have any auspex?
Any what?
Auspex.
I do not. I would very much like to have it, but unfortunately I do not.
Okay. Looking around, the people on the inside seem to be working there. You see some of them are carrying openly weapons. Some of them are in like non-uniforms and just going about their day inside this huge home. But a few moments pass, and Al Capone will walk around the corner, seeing you both, and he will immediately smile heavy when he sees you, Alia, and then quickly look over to Brandon. Ah, my boy, I'm so glad you came.
I'm
Please
going
sit.
to
Sit.
Okay, and I'll do as he said.
And of course, you must be Aaliyah, and he will try to take your hand if you let him.
I do not.
Okay. You will take back the hand before he can grab it, and he will kind of.
I will.
freeze
I
for
will
a
do. I will do it. I will do it politely, but he's not gonna. No touching vampires.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You you kind of slowly move the hand away and show that you're uncomfortable, and he will kind of put his hands up and then make a praying two hands and just kind of nod. Please sit down. And once you are both sat down, he will kind of look over at you, Brandon. Now, do you mind if we talk about our arrangement in front of company?
That is perfectly fine with me.
Fantastic. Now, I've already had the contract brought up, and he will kind of click his fingers, and someone will walk out. They just need your signature, and we are good to go.
Very well. And as I sign it, I'll say, "I'm still debating an inheritor for my end of it, though I'm sure we both know that. I think we have plenty of time to find out who will inherit our business venture.
You know, Brandon, I'm not one to mess around when it comes to business, but I like you. And if you need more time to think about who will take on that part, I can give it to you, of course. But don't take too long.
No, no, of course not, Master Capone. I believe I have an idea of who. I just need to discuss things with her.
I see. Well, make sure she knows what she's really getting into.
Oh, but of course, Master Capone. And I'll, like, as I say that, I'll finish the signature.
Very well. Damien, if you wouldn't mind. And you watch as a very large looking man walks behind you and places a suitcase in front of you. It's all there.
I'm going to nod and I'll like open it just because I know, it's the proper thing to do in business. And it's kind of I'm doing it more as a sign of respect for him, not as a sign of like distrust, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. You open it and you see exactly what the contract covers.
And I close it and I reach out my hand to shake his.
He shakes. Ah, well, that's one piece of business done tonight. Now, Aaliyah, it is nice to meet you. May I introduce myself properly? I am Al Capone, and I am the, of course, primogen of the Ventru here. Now,
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Capone.
oh, well, thank you. Now, you may be wondering why I had business with you, and it is not more just you, but more of your clan. And I was wondering if you might know someone or be able to perhaps set up a business deal with the more elders from your clan. You see, I am interested in people who are talented, and may I say that your clan, the Bana Hakim, are very talented. The things that you can do, the things that you are good at, it is a valuable commodity these days. And may I say that the Tremere are, well, less forthcoming when it comes to help. So I was wondering if you could perhaps sing my praises to the higher ups, and maybe we could begin to make a deal that you could do a few jobs for me here and there, not just you, of course, but others of your clan. And in exchange, I would be willing to offer my backing in the future when it comes down to choosing primogens and who gets to have a primogen in the city.
I would be happy to communicate any requests. I would be happy to discreetly communicate any request you have, or any request you have, and then either set up an existing channel or act as a messenger myself. If there is anything, please let me know. I'm sure we can establish a confidential means of communication going forward.
Good, good. So you would agree to be our in between, between our two great clans.
If you're willing to do what you say you're willing to do, I absolutely think we should. It would be my honor to be the go-between.
Good. That is extremely good news. And might I say, thank you. Thank you for coming here tonight. I know it can be a little bit daunting meeting with a primogen, but you showed great courage, and I will not forget this. Especially as you have been so forthcoming with me. So, Brandon here
So
has
did you
my
ha-
number. Yes?
to be honest with you, I'd rather contact you directly or through your people. Um, I have some questions as to the reliability and how discreet Brendan can be.
Oh. A little bit of a rivalry there, I see.
Not so much a rivalry. I just don't want to get dead.
Very well. If you wish,
And
I can.
if we're doing business, and if you make a contract, it's between us and you and nobody else.
I see. These are acceptable terms. And he will take out a card and hand it over to you with what looks to be a phone number. Now, your number.
And I'll give him my burner phone. I will keep that number updated as it will change on a regular basis, but you will be kept updated.
Fantastic.
And well. at some point, if you have, we can communicate on maybe a couple of dead drops, just for backups.
I see this is not your first time dealing with this sort of situation. Good.
Yeah, dead drops are always that way. If somebody has any questions or the wrong people want to investigate, there's no records.
Precisely. Well, it has been short, but it has been fun and very profitable for all sides. I think we all agree. Brandon, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Brandon.
Sorry, my mic was muted. I was gonna say, no, Master Captain. Once I leave, I will go ahead and begin consolidating my assets so I can work on beginning this business venture.
Okay. As both of you begin to walk out, you will see that a beautiful car is waiting for you outside the home. And you see that as you exit, one of the guards will walk over to the back of this car and open up for you to get inside.
I'm going to grab my briefcase and get into it.
Okay. Aaliyah, you get in as well?
Sure, why not?
Okay. The door quickly closes, and you guys begin to make your way. What you can guess is this is a driver to drop you back off home. But in the back of the car, do you guys talk about anything?
I'm not gonna talk about anything. I am gonna text Harry and say, kind of like just the typical bullshit until I ask him, but it'll be like, yeah, so hope that helps your career a little bit. And after a little bit of back and forth, eventually ask him if he thinks he can have the promising one meet me at the the better one meet me at the my place.
Mm-hmm. When you say your place, you mean your place or the coteries?
Yeah, my place.
Okay. In that case, you get a few messages back say "will do" and thanks for all the paperwork.
And like, it only makes you look better on your way to the top.
But with that, where is it? Where is it? Now, Nathaniel and Jessica, you get back home. You see Tommy, and as you walk in the door, he'll kind of walk over to you, looking very worried, and he'll kind of just plant a kiss on you before you can even say anything, and then quickly just comes away and says, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, why? I'm fine.
No, it's just you all went out here with guns, and sounded like you were about to go into a fight, and I don't know, I got worried.
Uh we decided to take down some pedophiles.
Oh, when you say take down, you mean like down, down?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, okay. Still getting used to that.
Yeah. I only ever like to do it when it's terrible people doing terrible things. There's a pattern.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're okay.
I'm fine.
And then he will look past you and look at Nathaniel, also kind of lost in his thoughts, and say, Nathaniel, are you alright?
Um, yeah, sure. I'm alright.
You don't sound
And
it,
then,
mate. I'd honestly offer you a cup of tea, but that'd probably kill you. And he kind of chuckles at that.
oh my god.
And then Alice will walk in and he will kind of not, ask how she is doing. And they will kind of make a kind of awkward look at each other before she quickly passes him.
You doing all right?
Yeah. No. Yes. Maybe.
You can be honest with me.
I'm just homesick. Really homesick right now.
I understand how that feels. I'm not from here either, and I get homesick all the time.
So, what are you going to do for the rest of the night? As he kind of pulls you into the house.
Um, I do want to get a hold of Hector.
Okay. You going to call him?
Yeah. I'm gonna give him a call.
Okay. You call Hector, rings once, rings twice, you hear it pick up, and he says immediately over the phone,
Oh my god.
Jess?
Okay.
Is that you?
Yeah. Yes.
Fuck off!
It's
And he puts the
What?
phone down.
What the fuck?
And then about 2 seconds later, your
What?
phone will begin to ring.
Oh my. I'm gonna answer it.
Gotcha.
I hate you so much.
What do you want?
Can we meet up either tonight or tomorrow?
Sure. You want me to come to yours now?
Let's meet up at your place.
All right. Getting a little bit concerning. Oh, for God's sake. Did you fuck up again?
No, fuck off. What do you mean again?
What do you mean again? Oh, it's so shocking.
Why are you so mean to me?
You know why.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, come on over. It's fine.
Head over. I'm gonna bring Tommy with me.
Yeah, bring your dog. It's fine.
Oh my god. And she's just gonna hang up after he can like hear her rolling her eyes.
Rude.
And as you say that and hang up the phone, you will see Tommy, who has been listening, kind of, now sulking and looking at you. Really? You want me to just go see that twat again?
you two gotta learn to get along. Really, you two need to get along. And she just takes him by the hand. We're going.
But
I'm
he's
taking,
so American and
and I'm not.
no, you're lovely.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you think I'm lovely. So, no, I think I'm gonna have you come with me just because this might get weird, and depending
Sorry,
on
you the vampire is saying this might get weird.
yeah,
You're starting to scare me, Jess.
uh, you might get to meet some of my brother and sister in arms, depending on how this conversation goes.
Okay, as long as no one eats me.
Nobody's gonna eat you.
Should I bring
Trust.
something? Should I change? Should I maybe change, like get put on a suit or
No.
something?
Oh, no, a suit's not needed to meet my people. Come on, you see how Hector and I dress.
Okay. Should I go get a tattoo on my face then?
Oh, you're cute. You're precious. All right, let's go.
And you push him out the door.
Yep.
Okay, and Nathaniel, what are you doing in the house as you make your way inside?
How messy does he look right now?
Pretty messy. You've, fell on the ground. You've got dirt down your clothes. In fact, damn, you should be making a God, I can't remember what it's called. The
Compulsion?
yeah, no,
Bane?
I think the
yes,
Toreador have a thing where if they like are too dirty or something, they have to
yeah.
roll like a kind of a frenzy thing.
Make me a willpower roll. You're fine. You are dirty
Annoyed.
though, and yeah, it's very annoyed. But you're hanging on there. You killed someone. You've got blood down your shirt. You've got dirt and water from where you fell. It's been a stressful night.
All right. So he's gonna take care of that first, and then he's gonna see how Alice is holding up.
Okay. You get changed and you go see Alice. Right?
Yep.
Okay. You walk in and Alice seems to have made a cup of tea and she's just kind of staring at it. Oh, Nathaniel, I'm sorry, am I in your way?
No. Are you? Well, you're probably not right, but are you holding up after all of that?
Well, I thought it was going to be different. I thought, we were going to charge in and it would be like, I don't know, Superman or something. We were just going to go in there and punch some people and then they'd confess and then we'd call the police and I don't know, it was a lot more violent and real than when I thought it was going to be. But you're pretty, I don't know, used to this, I guess. I saw what you did and you're amazing.
Oh, well, after the years, you just learn to handle yourself a bit.
Hopefully I'll pick up some of that as well. But how are you? And she'll kind of stand up and come over to you now. I mean, are you? Was that the first time you've, you know, killed someone?
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, I'll be fine. Just another night in my life.
Well, if you're not ever feeling all right, you can always come talk to me. In fact, I kind of would really use a friend right now. If that's okay with you, I mean.
Relax. I'd like that actually.
I mean, Jessica's been there for me, but I don't know. She seems so used to all of this and ready for anything. And honestly, I'd like to talk with someone a little bit more freaked out at all of this, really. So yeah,
Well, well, you've come to the right place then.
so friends.
Friends.
And she will kind of bump you with her shoulder and smile. So what kind of
Yeah,
cool vampire stuff can you do?
You mean my powers?
Yeah. Although I'm guessing maybe like you have like super strength because I saw what you did back in England and what you did tonight. I'm guessing you're like one of those clans that are really fighty. What do they call them? The Bua and the Gungle. Are you one of those?
um, um, we um we went over this on a plane. I'm I'm not one of the fighty ones.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm a toreador.
Toreador.
You know, I'm actually not that strong when you get down to it. I just know how to move.
Oh. But Jessica, she is a brewy, right?
A bruja, yeah.
Bruja. Yeah, she's one of those.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still getting used to all the families or clans thing. All I know for sure right now is I am a Ventru, and I must be a proper good Ventru at all times. Otherwise, Brandon will look bad, or something will happen to him. But so you're what, like the Flash, and you're really fast?
Among other things, yes. um my clan also is very good at manipulating people's emotions.
Oh, so could you like make me feel happy?
Um, I think that would be a bit more difficult to pull off.
Oh,
And it wouldn't really be real happiness either.
okay. Well, you maybe want to go watch a movie?
Sure, I've got time.
Alice trying to Netflix and chill with
No, she pulls out what seems like she stole from the blockbusters. What look to be 3 different movies, and she says to you, "Pick." And what she has is the Time Machine, Aliens, the first one, and the original first Star Wars.
You in for a horror movie?
Yeah, if you've got one.
He meant the aliens one.
Oh, I don't really see this as a horror movie. I always thought it was really fascinating. But yeah, and she will kind of now a little bit more perky and happy at kind of the prospect of having a friend, will rush over to the TV and begin to put in the cassette tape. And is there anything else you wish to do, Nathaniel, in the house?
There's no spare blood bags in the fridge that don't belong to TT, right?
You could drink one of TT's if you wanted. They're there.
No, he's just gonna go hunt tomorrow.
Okay. TT, a few hours from now. Where the fuck is my... But
Can he drink blood bags?
who, Nathaniel?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that's a good point. Can you? I mean, anyone can. Anyone can drink a blood bag. You just need to spend your willpower to drink it. In that case, we'll move over to... You guys are on your way home. TT, you're also on your way home. So we'll stick with Jessica.
Okay.
As you go see... TT, why are you here? Not working hours.
Who is that?
What the fuck?
God damn it.
It's not my fault.
Remove yourself, sir.
Hector just teleported TT. TT wakes up in the cold like, what? What?
I need the tips.
TT is just a really eccentric collector, really.
Jessica, you eventually arrive at Hector's place, which is above this strip club, and you make your way up there.
Yeah.
Okay, you make your way up top and knock on the door. A few moments later, he opens up. And he looks you up and down, looking at your clothes and bits of blood on them. Had a good night then.
Oh. Let's talk in the room.
Yeah, come in.
Pushing him in.
And if you would add Tommy's token as well.
Yeah, there you go.
And
yeah, get a ghoul chain actual token thing.
Oh yeah, I still need to do that.
Yeah.
But you will... Wait, I already did do that. Oh, I haven't uploaded it yet. Okay. So you lead your way into the room, and as Tommy walks by Hector, he will kind of just... They will both do the silent, very small nod to each other, and then pass each other. You didn't leave any fucking messes, did you?
Oh, our residential ventures taking care of all of them. Don't worry.
Jesus. Having to speak with a Venture every day. You've got it rough.
Yeah. Every other day it's a fight whenever we speak, but...
Well, stab him.
Ha 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 ha! Funny that you say that. When I was in London, we had a bit of an accident where I might have accidentally stabbed him in the ass a little bit too hard because I was angry, and you know what you know what my little beast friend likes to do to me when you've experienced it probably once or twice.
No, I've never lost control ever.
No, never.
No, no.
You never. No.
No. But you did take pictures, right?
No, I didn't take pictures. Why would I?
Jessica,
Why would
I always tell you take pictures if you're gonna fuck over a Ventru.
Oh, yeah, I should have, but it was a lot of blood. Probably wouldn't have looked good if anybody went through my phone and like saw pictures of some guy's bloody ass cheek.
Look, what you're into is your own business, okay?
Yeah. Speaking of which,
What, bloody ass cheek?
no, no, you idiot. Ventru.
Yeah.
I don't
Get
know.
to the point.
Shut the fuck up. Listen, I don't know how much you know about the Camarilla or whatever. Fucking actually having to roll my eyes. There's something weird going on in that situation. That whole ivory tower bullshit. And you sure nobody can like get in here, right? Like nobody can hear what we're saying?
Well, now I'm fucking worried. What?
I don't.
What have you done?
I haven't done anything yet. Yet.
Okay,
Nothing.
I'm 2 seconds of throwing you through a window. Jessica, what do you mean? What is happening?
Listen, I hate it there. I hate it there. They've I feel like I'm being like stripped of my, I don't know, identity working for these people. I'm gonna do you guys a favor in the Anarchs.
He looks at Tommy, real like annoyed that Tommy's there. I think Tommy here should maybe wait outside.
She's just gonna throw Tommy like a $20 bill. Go get a drink.
Tommy will stand up, take the money, and look at Hector, kind of like, come at me, bro. And
Okay.
then begin to move to the door.
I swear, both of you are like a bunch of fucking chihuahuas at each other.
Well, what do you expect? You're our favorite bone.
I hate you.
I know.
Good.
So, what's this favor?
The prince gives me very weird vibes.
Well, yeah, he's the fucking prince.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like, there's something like, listen. There's something off about this guy, even like just like altogether as like a person, not even like a prince. This guy seems a little odd to me. It might just be a gut feeling, but there's something weird going on with him, and anytime I find anything out, I'm gonna feed you the information. What you do with it.
Hang on, Jessica, hang on. Before you say anything else, what you're saying right now could get you killed. And I'm all for fucking over the Camarilla and helping the Anarchs. But I don't want you to die. And before you say some sappy shit, you know, it'd be a real pain in the ass to get a new dancer, okay? So, stop that shit right there. Just saying, it's... Are you sure you wanna... Are you sure you wanna go down this road?
Didn't have a choice to join. It wasn't my decision to go in with these people. It wasn't my decision because I was worried about getting killed time after time again or killing somebody who doesn't deserve to die. I'm probably going to die anyway.
No. I'm not gonna let that happen. Look. If this is what you want to do, I'll support you. I'll help where I can. But I need to know, are you fully ready to do this?
As ready as I'm ever gonna be, Hector.
And what about him, Tommy? Because if you get caught, he's dead too.
And that's where I'm in between a rock and a hard place. He didn't deserve to have to be pulled into this. It was my decision to bring him in. And I can't just kill him. That's not right. I'm juggling whether or not I'm struggling here. Because some of them are nice asterisk, but they're still Camarilla. And they will all do whatever it takes to get even a little ahead. And if that means selling out Tommy and me, I'm almost guaranteeing you the venture would do it in a heartbeat. I just don't want him dead. But I can't stand being in this system. The only one that I was able to actually bond with in that whole thing was the gangrel primogen. Out of my own stupidity, I sent 2 people to their death. Because I was just following the venture, trying to be, I don't know, like, somewhat of a proper Camarilla. I guess. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm only a couple months old.
It's not fair what happened to you. It's not fair what I did to you. And you know how much I'm... You know. And being forced to join the camp, it should never have been allowed. But now you're in there. So yeah, you can go ahead and try and be the best cam you can be. Or you can help us out. Either way, I'll support you. And if it comes down to fucking protecting Tommy, I'll also do that as well. Because I can see that the stupid dickhead's important to you. So, yeah, I guess he's important to me as well. That's pretty much all I can do for you, Jessica. I'm not some big leader. I'm not some ancient old one. I'm a fuck up just like you. But
I guess
I'm a fuck up
get
that's
along.
willing to help you.
I guess that's why we get along so well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I laid all this on you.
No, come here. And he'll kind of like grab your arm and pull you into a hug.
Thank you.
It's all right. Why don't you and Tommy stay here for the night?
I'd like that. Yeah.
I won't even put the moves on you.
Oh my gosh. A night off. Wow, look at that.
Just this once.
Just as one, of course. Thank you, Hector.
Yeah. And don't worry. You're gonna be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
And he will hug you even tighter with that. And is there anything else you wish to discuss with him or do?
Nope.
Okay. At this point, TT, you would have got home by now. Is there anything you wish to do once you get home? As you walk in, you see Nathaniel and Alice sitting down watching Aliens, and it just at one of the jump scares, and you see Alice kind of just jolt, and Nathaniel kind of smiles at it. But you walk in, and there you are.
TT is going to quietly walk to his room. He's going to draw a bath. He's going to extract his little container with the blood red bath bomb in it, and he's just gonna sit there in the bathroom and stare at the container and think.
Okay.
And that's about all he's gonna do.
And then soon after, Aaliyah and Brandon, you will also be dropped off by the car at the house. And as you walk in, you will also see the Aliens movie being played, and those two kind of just enjoying themselves. What do you guys do as you enter?
I am going to walk up to Alice and just kind of like whisper because I don't want to disturb the movie. But I'm gonna whisper and I'm gonna say, "Hey, I'm heading over to my house for a bit. If you want to come, you're more than welcome. I have some arrangements to make, but don't feel obligated."
If it's all right, could I stay here for the night? Me and Nathaniel are just getting started with a movie night.
I'm gonna smirk a little bit and then I like rub her head again and just walk off.
Okay.
And that's when I will get in my car and head over to my place to meet up with a certain person.
Mm-hmm. And Aaliyah, what do you do as you enter?
I will plop down on the couch and watch the movie, at least for a little bit. Leave myself
Okay.
like 4 hours before the night ends to do other stuff.
Just my own curiosity, but Aaliyah, with her background that I've read, does she usually watch movies?
No,
Yeah, I thought so.
but you gotta,
Yeah.
you gotta be with the group. You gotta do what the group does.
Mhm.
It's one of those
And
things. It's a bonding thing.
And it is a pleasurable experience for you as you watch the original Aliens movie. And well, would your character enjoy that movie? Do you think?
Probably not, but would definitely have appreciation for the special effects and the performances.
Okay. And in that case, you want to wait, have some time left in the night. Okay.
I want to give myself like 4 hours because I got 2 bloodstones to finish off, and I want to do research.
In that case, do you want to do those now? And let's say, you have to make another rouse for those?
No, I did the rouse for the bloodstones. I just have to finish the third night off,
Right.
and the research is a separate thing.
Okay. In that case, you can do that now and finish off these stones. And for the research, what would you like to research?
I want to research Eyes of Babel.
Eyes of Babel.
It basically allows the person who does the ritual to be able to read and speak the language of the victim for a week or a month, depending on how the roll goes.
That one. Okay. Yeah.
It's a level 2 ritual.
And you are trying to learn that ritual, right?
Yes, I have to develop it.
Okay. So yes, you can begin in that process. And then we'll go over to Brandon as you make your way back home. And move you. So, you head back to your place, now in your actual car, quickly making your way there. And outside, you will see, waiting for you, Harry. And 1 second, why does the music keep going off? I want to pull my hair out. Okay. And what do you do there, Brandon, as you see them? Hello, Brandon?
You said they're both there? Harry and the other
Well,
guy?
you see Harry and one person just behind Harry with a big hoodie on, and he's obviously trying to remain out of sight, but you can just see him.
I'm going to wave to Harry and approach and say, "So, is this the one?"
Yeah, this is the fucking troublemaker. He's he's got some talent, I'll admit. And then as he says that, the hooded individual will come out and look at you. Well, I've got a bit more than talent, I'd say. So this is the guy then, and Harry will look at him. Yeah, this is the guy. Right, well, and he'll kind of give you a half-ass like salute.
I'm gonna go ahead and salute back and say, so what does he have his dog tags on?
He does not.
Like, would I see the chain? Okay. I'm gonna salute back and I'm gonna say, it's a pleasure to meet you. Should we go inside and discuss things?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Harry, I would appreciate it if you would come sit in on these discussions as well.
Yeah, all right. I'll come in. And you make your way up.
Once we get inside, I'm gonna sit down, and the briefcase will be. I'll set the briefcase on the table in front of me, and say, "So, tell me about yourself. Do you believe?" First off, let me say what you're being hired for. I am going to be consolidating all of my assets here in Chicago, and I will be creating a firm. Basically, we will be a privatized military firm, hoping to expand. We will, perform your typical services one could expect. However, as we are just now starting, I'm trying to hire you personally as my assistant slash bodyguard. I'll have you work for me, and then once we have established a proper base for our business, I will then consider you an associate. And as I go to say the next thing, like you're gonna see a little smirk come, and then I say, and of course, still want you to be my bodyguard should you do a good enough job.
And you can afford me.
I am pretty sure I can afford you, and I'm going to open the briefcase. Will this do until we can get a proper source of income?
Well, so I didn't get your last name.
Donaldson.
Donaldson, Mr. Donaldson. I humbly accept your offer, and yeah, I think we can do business together, Mr. Donaldson.
Very well. And I reach out to shake my hand, and then, or shake his hand, and then I'm gonna look at Harry and I'm gonna say, Harry, like I said, I'm consolidating things, and of course, you know me, and I'm sorry, what's your name?
Oh, Eric.
Eric, one thing I will say while under my hire, there are some things I would ask that you don't question. There are a lot of things I cannot disclose about myself. Do you accept these terms?
Well, as long as nothing involves, gunning down kids or anything, usually fair game.
No, no. For now, it's just protection for me and my acquaintances, and then, of course, eventually it'll be criminals. And then in the long term, hopefully our business can go after true war criminals. Bigger game. Like that bastard who sent those planes.
All right. Well, if we're going to be really transparent here, you should probably know. I know that Harry told you about me and ex-military, but just so you know, I'm was dishonorably discharged. If you have a problem with that, then well, maybe I'm not the right guy for you.
Well, I myself served, and I have seen that sometimes what is considered on paper to be dishonorable discharges are usually some of the most honorable things you can do. I would assume that is probably a similar situation with you.
Yeah, that's I don't really want to talk about it, but yeah.
I'm gonna nod and hold my hand and say, no need then. Now, Harry, I will be consolidating all of my assets. I am going to attempt to establish our first location in London.
Why do you want to set up with the limeys?
Is that Harry or Eric?
That's Eric.
Well, let's just say I have some other business ventures I'm attempting to, well, I have somebody there I wish to work very closely with. Here, let's just say I'm starting to find my current, if you would say, boss to be rather corrupt.
I know they're all of them are corrupt. But yeah, I don't really have anything here. So if you need me to, I don't know, get a plane or something, I'll be okay with that.
Very well. Um, if you want to buy a plane, you can buy a plane. However you spend this money is up to you.
Oh, I didn't mean buy a plane. I meant like a ticket.
Oh,
How rich are
so
you?
I'm not that rich at the moment. But yeah. Anyways, for now, like I said, you'll be escorting me for the most part anywhere that I go. And there are going to be things that, like I said, need to be kept very lock and key.
All right. Yeah, count me on board. If you, as long
Well,
as you can keep up the payments, I'm your guy.
well, hopefully that won't be a problem. As I said, this amount of money I would hope would be enough to sustain payments for you until we can get up and running, as to say.
All right. Well, thanks, Harry. Looks like I just came into a very profitable business venture. And out of game, you can now access his sheet.
Okay. Um. Oh, wow. Okay. Um. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, um, I'm gonna gesture to Harry and say, well, if there's anything in here you would like to keep, go ahead, because Eric, one thing I will have you do is tomorrow I would like to have you assist me in liquidating my assets, as I can't properly venture during the daytime. I usually conduct my business at night.
Yeah, I can do that. That- That's fine with me.
I'm
Yep.
going to hand him. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write up like all of my belongings and stuff. I'm gonna write it all over to him, and
Mhm.
then I'll have him basically liquidate it all tomorrow, and then wire it to my bank account.
Okay.
And then at that, I will say, well, Harry, I will probably be around for a few more nights, though I can't be sure how long I'll be around. I'll definitely stay in contact.
Well, I'm gonna have to say that I'm really gonna miss you. You've been great for my for my job.
Oh, I'll never be too far out of reach. And I'm gonna shake his hand, and but it's gonna be like one of those shakes that's gonna be kind of a farewell.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say, well, Eric, would you care to drive me to where I am currently staying?
And he kind of stands up, looks at Harry, and then looks back at you. Uh, yes, boss. And he will
Yep.
take your car keys.
Yep. And I'll go get in the back seat, and that will
Right.
be my farewell for now to Harry, because there's a lot of stuff that will keep me busy.
Mm-hmm. Look, Jessica, he got his.
Ha 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 ha! You're so funny. Sorry.
Do I
Ah!
need to mark a mark
Reso.
yeah,
Yeah.
mark one resource off, and then put, you said he's a 4-dot retainer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at you just buying retainers and stuff.
Oh,
It-
I look forward to him seeing what you really are for the first time.
So this was actually my backup plan, in case I was still out training this Sunday. I just luckily got to come home early, but this was going to be like my backup plan if I had to go late or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. In that case, as he drops you off home, he will kind of say his farewells and say that he will get to work as soon in the morning and begin to liquefy assets and wait for you at night back here, if that's all right with you.
That's fine.
Okay. And you will all eventually, except for Jessica, kind of go back home. And after all the things that you've done tonight, is there anything else anyone wants to do tonight? As I will be moving on to the next night.
I mean, I could, if there was time, I could probably try to go feed on some purse thief or something, but if it's not time, there's not a big deal.
You'd have time to try around, your haven in your hunting grounds. Nowhere really,
Yeah.
yeah, but give me a hunting roll. Nope.
Wow.
It is late and people have gone home.
Yeah.
So you return home, or should I say, with your belly empty, and everyone makes their way to their rooms. And Jessica cuddles up with Hector, with as well as Tommy for the night. And yeah, could everyone make me a new rouse check?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. Oh, thank God.
This is why
Alright.
when I played a vampire in my last game, I immediately got graveyard dirt for these situations.
Graveyard dirt.
Yeah, there's a. If you haven't heard about it, it's in the book, the game book. Basically, there's something you can do with graveyard dirt that makes it that you don't have to roll rouse checks if you put some graveyard dirt, special graveyard dirt, underneath your bed where you sleep.
It's amusing. I thought that was just a thing for the Simsi.
For the what?
Zamisi. The Zamisi used to have to sleep with dirt from an area where they were born or whatever it was, where they were made or something like that.
Yeah. So in the book, out of game, no metagaming here. You literally, it's a grave that a kindred has turned in recently, and you basically take that graveyard dirt and put it under where you sleep, and you don't need to use rouse checks.
That sounds
So
like
Is that
fighting.
is that like a special discipline thing, or
It's it's technically under items in the book.
so it's an occult thing.
Yeah.
But what I did was I literally went to the graveyard, found a grave that was fresh and just dug, and there is a small chance that people can come back as a kindred, even if they die without your blood in them. If you feed them like closely after they die, they can sometimes come back. And I did it over and over again until somebody finally came back and I made a childer, and then I immediately killed my childer and I took the graveyard dirt.
I love that. That's hilarious. I love all of that.
it's recycling?
Yeah.
That's all.
And then from there on, I didn't need to do rouse checks.
Wow. That is amusing.
But the new day comes, and I'll start with Jessica as you're on the other side of town. As you wake up with Hector, Tommy is nowhere to be seen. What do you do?
Oh, and I get to keep my 0 hunger, which is nice. I'm gonna waking up feeling fresh. I'm gonna see if I can sneak out and find Tommy. Make sure I have clothes on first, and then I'm gonna go and find
What were you
Tommy.
doing last night?
Jessica things.
Exactly, just Jessica things.
Harem things.
Just
Harem things.
Harem things. Yep. That's what I was just about to say. Okay. Jessica things. Harem things.
But yeah, you can make your way down to the strip club where the bar, and you see Tommy. He is right now kind of tidying up a little bit, putting chairs away and kind of organizing some of the drinks. Looks like he's a little bit bored and he's trying to just be useful as you two, sleep the day away.
Damn, he done found himself a busboy job.
I mean, his whole career and everything got uprooted, so yeah, he's pretty lost right now.
Actually,
Jess, you might need to consider asking Hector to put him on the payroll as a busboy for the day.
She's gonna approach him, lean on the bar.
He will see you lean on the bar, and he'll definitely play it up and kind of take a glass and begin to clean it, and do that and look at you and say, "You come here often, dame?"
First time around these areas, what kind of drink would you recommend me?
Ah, well, we have a large selection. I would recommend the Scotch, finely aged.
You know what I'm really craving right now?
And he will kind of lean in towards you. And what's that, ma'am?
Sex on the beach.
Okay.
And he will smile at that and go lean in even more and to kiss you. And he will just kind of whisper, "Good morning."
Good
Or should I
morning.
say, "Good night."
Evening.
Evening.
Sounds more formal.
You okay?
I'm feeling better than last night. I think sometimes it gets the best of me. Not being alive and feeling lively.
Look, you're very alive to me, okay?
Thank you.
But I get it. Sometimes you just need a time with your dad. And he will smile heavily at that.
Oh. Not dad.
Sorry,
Daddy.
Daddy. Damn it, you got there before me.
Oh no, Daddy, what are you doing?
Oh no. Now I'm getting it on my friend's end and your guys' end. Great.
You brought her into this. You knew what you were signing up for by letting somebody listen to these things.
Yeah.
But
But
I'm glad you're feeling better.
yeah, I don't even know what I was freaking out about last night.
I don't
The-
either.
Yeah. That pedophile ring. It really messed me up last night.
Yeah, you spared me the gory details, but I think I can imagine what happened. Do you want to talk about it?
Kid, I don't think you have the time to get into a whole backlog of childhood and why pedophiles are bad, but
I think it's common knowledge that pedophiles are bad, but I'll always be here. You want to talk? Okay.
We should do something for you to. We should do something for you today.
Oh, what were you thinking?
I don't know, but I need a day away from them. Everybody needs a day off.
Well, I mean, I've not actually looked around this city. I mean, do you have any fun things to do in Chicago? Do you have any fairs or I don't know? I honestly don't know. What do you have here?
You like you like paintball?
You are looking at a paintball champion.
Oh boy.
We can't have real guns, so we use everything but the real thing.
Well, I challenge you to a paintball duel then.
All right. But I won't go easy on you.
I don't expect you to, but I'm not going to go easy on you either.
Well, I mean, maybe a little bit easy. I've seen you punch things and them explode. So just maybe a little bit easy.
Fine. A little bit
All right.
easier then.
And he will kind of quickly make his way around the bar and look more excited and kind of come behind you and wrap his arms around your abdomen and kind of give you a hug and kiss on the cheek and the side. I can't wait.
We're gonna talk about getting you enrolled in that school. Or I know that you're probably not wanting to go to school, but something. That way you don't spend your mornings like this bored.
Yeah, because I've been really bored the last few days.
I'm so sorry. We'll figure it out.
Every time I get bored, I always think about maybe fucking with Brandon, but then, he could kill me, so...
It's fine. When I'm awake, I sometimes think about fucking with Brandon.
Yeah. It really comes around, doesn't it?
Yeah. He has his good days and his bad days, but been a lot of bad. Been a lot of bad. But it's fine. It's fine. Let's go. Let's go. Paintball fight and ice cream or whatever you want to do. It's on me today. As a thank you.
And then with that, he will begin to kind of pull you out and lead you to the door. And from there, you guys will go have fun, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll move over to the house and we'll start with Nathaniel. As when you wake up, you will notice immediately that you have maybe 6 missed calls on your phone from a number that you do not recognize.
Yeah, he's going to call back to see what that's about.
Okay. It rings once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and then eventually... Hello?
Yes. Hello?
Oh, hi, do you remember me? Is this Nathaniel? It's me. David.
Oh, yeah. How are you holding up?
I wanted to ask the same about you. I've been in the hospital for a few days. Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's not that night wasn't really anything unusual for me.
Do you remember what we did? I mean, I know what we did, but well, I don't know. Something happened, and I kind of ended up in the hospital. But you're fine,
Yeah,
right?
you.
Nothing.
No, I'm fine. You blacked out. I called room service. So that they could check on you.
Okay. Well, thank God for that. Well, now that I have you, since you left your number, I assumed you wanted to maybe speak again.
Yes.
Good. I think I'd like to see you again as well. How's tomorrow sound?
Tomorrow sounds lovely, actually.
All right. Well, maybe we could meet up in the morning and do something.
Oh, that's I'm very busy during the day.
Oh, what about 7 o'clock?
Out of game, that would be after the sunset, right?
That would be like sun pretty much set. That would be like your,
Um,
the time that you are about to wake up.
all right. How does 8 sound?
8? Yeah. That sounds fine. Any place?
Should I meet you at your place?
Yeah, yeah. Come to my place. And well, it was fun. I gotta say, I've definitely never had a night like that before. All right, 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Yep.
I'll see you there. And he will kind of stay on the line a little bit too long. Like, he's definitely kind of just, who's gonna hang up first? Should it be me? Should it be him? And then eventually, the line will go. What do you do from there?
Well, he's gonna have to plan an outfit now.
Okay. And I'll say, as you're doing that, TT, Aaliyah, and Brandon, Alice, you all kind of, unless there's something you want to do privately, you all kind of make your way into the living room, and you can see each other. Is there anything you want to discuss with each other or say anything?
He's actually gonna stay in his room.
Okay.
When I wake up, I'm going to check my phone to see if Eric is on his way or something like that.
There is no messages, but would you like to message him?
Yeah, I'll shoot him a text message and say, "Hey, I'm up. If you want to go ahead and come to my place, I'll introduce you to the other acquaintances, the ones that I
You
said
get a
that you
mess.
would."
You quickly get a message back saying, "Already outside. I've been knocking for the last hour."
I'm gonna go ahead and go up and open the door and say, "Hey, man, sorry about that.
Yeah, I honestly was considering breaking down the door. You what? You play music or something?
No, we're just really rough at this time of night. So usually, and I'll tell them like, if you come in like another hour's time, or like from this time to another hour's time from now, you'll usually be able to get in."
All right, yeah. So
Oh,
what's the plan, boss? I've already started going through your things and selling them as quick as possible. And by the way you were talking, it sounded like you wanted to liquefy things fast rather than getting the best price for them. So I've took the privilege of doing it that way. Obviously, if you don't mind.
that's fine. I mean, as much profit as possible is best, but
Mm-hmm.
yes, things are not sure how things are going to go, so expediency is also a good thing at this time. But yes, let me introduce you to the rest of the group, the ones that I said you would be tasked with helping me protect.
Okay.
At least you're around.
Lead the way.
And I'm going to go ahead and go downstairs.
You walk down and start to see people. Alia, would you be out there or would you still be in your room?
I guess I'll be out there with a book or something doing like light research.
Okay. As he walks down, he will see you first, Aaliyah, and walk over to you and say, "Ma'am, I'm Eric. I'll be protecting you from now on."
Do I know you, Eric?
I work for Brandon, private security. I protect him, and also, by the sounds of it, also you and the others.
Sure. Just do me a favor, Brandon. Protect more him than me, and just kind of don't worry so much about me. Just sort of worry about the others.
All right. Yes, ma'am. And then he will kind of walk over to Alice. Miss, what's your name? And she'll say her name. I'm Eric. Nice to meet you. And then, yep.
When he's introducing himself to Alice, I'm gonna walk up and place my hand on his shoulder and kind of rub her head and say, if ever comes a time, she would take priority.
Oh, yeah, yes, boss. And Alice will kind of look up at you, and like you'll see the first time ever a genuine, like very happy, charming smile come from Alice towards you.
I'm gonna just smile back and go lean on the counter and let him finish introducing himself.
Are these all of them, boss?
No, they're is Nathan downstairs still, or
That's up to Nathan. He was planning. Did you come out, Nathaniel?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, then in that case, once he sees you, he'll walk over. Oh, sir, I'm Eric. I'll be protecting you from now on. What is your name?
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
Bren, did you arrange this?
are you asking Brandon?
Yep.
Yes, I took the liberty of hiring some personal security, as well as, of course, he'll be a big part of my business venture that I plan.
Nathaniel. He
Yes.
smells really good. Really, really good. And you're hungry. You can clearly see that this man is no kindred, as he stinks of food right now. And you are feeling very hungry. Not to the point that you would go insane, but you're up there. And also, TT, are you trying to stealth away?
Nah, TT walks in, and of course his face is beat all to hell. He looks fantastic. He's in his gauzy material that somehow censors a body that doesn't really exist. And his
Okay.
makeup is in shades of gold. Mm. Who is this?
I'm Eric, sir. I'll be protecting you from now on. Eric Norton, and he will kind of offer you a handshake. And you are?
TT. Use a bodyguard like Whitney. You can protect my body whenever you want.
Yes, sir. As you can clearly see, I have been hired on by Brandon here, and I will be taking care of the security around here from now on.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So you and me should be working together then.
Absolutely, sir.
I'm gonna smile and kind of like shoot CT a look like, I know you said you didn't want any help, but I still needed my own protection, and
I have no objections to. What's your name again?
Eric Norton, sir.
Eric.
Well, I assume that we will all be working very closely together in the future. If you plan on going anywhere, please let me know. And if it is a high-risk area, please give me a heads up in advance.
I'm gonna like chuckle a little bit and say, Eric, always assume that anywhere that you're required to go will be a high risk area.
Will do. May need to adjust some of my equipment, but all right, that's doable. And is this all of them now?
I believe we have one that is not currently here at the moment, but you'll eventually meet her at some point.
Okay. Well, the first suggestion I would make would we should put some cameras around the vicinity, covering all exits and entries.
Before you get started, Eric, there will
Yeah.
be no cameras ever. Cameras are not a thing.
Yeah.
Ever.
We
They will never be a thing.
remember
Just
how
so
I
you know.
remember how I said that there are some things that you'll see that need to be kept under wraps? Pretty much everything about every single one of us is to never leave any part of your mind, soul, or body.
All right. Making my job a little bit harder, but how are we all feeling about maybe getting a few guard dogs?
Guard dogs are good. We can even make them even better, I think.
Well, that's great. I know a guy. We could get some German shepherds to kind of patrol the perimeter. Have them chained up, of course. We'd have to put some signs up, beware dogs. Legally speaking, we won't want to leave you vulnerable there. And how secure would you like this property to be, boss?
As long as we know who's approaching before they approach. So probably just take a few peeks every now and then, or if you hear somebody pull up or something.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing barbed wire on the fences, not a maybe a little bit too far.
I mean,
I'm not
however you
fussed
feel
about
comfortable. Barbed wire on the fences, shotguns on the doors, whatever you feel is best.
And
All right.
I have a suggestion. Subtlety is the best thing we can do. So anything that's going to be visible to anybody on the outside, whatever variant of security is, should be where you don't notice it. Nobody should notice anything different about this location than any other location on the block.
Agreed, ma'am. And may I say, I'm guessing you're ex-military or in police force?
That it's not important. It's what's important is that this house or this location be as mundane as it possibly can be. So there's no reason to pay any attention to it.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, so what's on for the roster today? Are we all going anywhere? Do I need to know beforehand?
I mean, as far as I know, only the preparations we were discussing, and then I do also have to peruse around to try and find, your local purse thief, some, muggers, things like that.
Okay, don't ask questions. All right, just let me know if I can do anything with that. All right, I'll get onto it. I need to make a few phone calls, let some people know, get some more equipment in here, and he will begin to kind of walk back up the stairs to the second level, and you can already hear him making phone calls, leaving you guys alone to speak if you wish.
As soon as he goes
Brandon,
upstairs,
did you address the phone thing with him? And the technology thing with him?
he is very well with concealing his tracks. In fact, that's part of the
Right,
reason
because he just
why
made a phone call from here, and now they know he made a phone call from here. So if somebody connects him to you and you to us, we have a problem.
I'm gonna shout upstairs, "Hey Eric, come down here for a minute."
Yeah, yeah, I'm just going to put you on hold. Hang on. And he will walk downstairs. Yeah, boss?
I'm sure you probably have this taken care of, but your phone, I would assume it's very low key.
Oh, no, but I can get an encrypted one. Is that something I need to be made aware
Yes.
of?
Come with me, honey child.
Yes, sir. And he'll put kind of hang up on his phone.
TT's gonna
Also,
go ahead.
before TT walks off, I'm gonna say if there's anything you can do to scramble that ping, would you mind?
TT just shakes his head and takes Eric to an office, not his room,
Mhm.
and starts giving him their technological precautions that he must now follow.
Okay. I'll now make a note of that. That is a good call.
But
And
as they do that, I am gonna address the rest of the people and say, also, he does not know. As far as he knows, y'all are just mere acquaintances, and we all have businesses we conduct at night.
Hmm.
Alice will pipe up here and just say, so no snacking on him.
I don't think he's your type, Alice.
I was just talking about the group. No, never mind. And she'll kind of just look a little bit embarrassed.
I would say no snacking on him merely so that he is always fit enough to do his job. Also, I'm going to go ahead and say this now. I would like to sit down and talk with you about something in private.
Yeah, okay. And at that moment, TT, you get a text message on your phone. You have a look?
From who?
You
yeah.
look down, and it is from Brett.
Not hot Brett.
Not hot bread? What?
What? He's not hot. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is
I love how like everyone who's came around is TT's type except for the harpy.
How dare you?
Bitch, I don't know. Anyway, what's the text say?
It says, "What did you do? What's happening? I'm on my way. Have everyone ready."
TT's going
The
to
prince...
leave Eric in the...
Oh, I'm not done yet.
Go ahead.
Oh. The prince seems pissed. And the sheriff, the other one, he's all over the place. And that's it.
TT is going to instruct Eric to stay in the office, and then he's going to go back into the room. Fuck. Well, well, it seems like our little engagement last night might have caused problems. He said the prince is on his way, right?
No, he's on
Or the
his way.
sheriff. Oh,
No,
the
no.
harpy.
Yeah, the harpy's on the way to pick you
Okay.
up.
Wait, and you said the other sheriff. I would
As in
assume
the
that would
London sheriff.
Oh. No, okay, this is y'all. Never mind. Yeah, not hot. Brett is coming to pick us up. He's not happy.
I'm gonna look at him and say, "What?"
And apparently, the sheriff from across the ocean is not happy either. For whatever that means.
Okay. And then I'm gonna look at Nathan. I'm gonna say, Nathan, the note. You don't think he's here because of that, do you?
Um, I don't know. I mean, for all we could be aware of, the coins could have trackers in them.
Nathan, there's only so much we can cover you from. We will do our best, but I
Um,
don't know if me and Jess will be able to cover this. And as I say that, before Nathan can respond, I'm gonna walk off and immediately call Jess.
Okay. You call Jess, and Jess, you are in the middle of kind of patting um, Tommy on the back as he is feeling very queasy, as he has never been on such a big roller coaster in his life. And after going on paintballing all day, he is exhausted, and you decided to go into one of the fairgrounds, and he is like in the corner, like, oh, I'm okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that you were so queasy. What the fuck do you want? Hold on. You hang in there, all right? All right.
I'm
I'm
okay.
gonna get some water. Okay. All right. All right. What?
London Prince pissed. Harpy pissed. London Sheriff here.
What the
Brett is coming to pick us up.
I'm at the fair. All right. All right. All right.
I will send somebody to pick you up.
All right, thank you. I have Tommy with me. He's gonna have to. We're gonna have to drop him off at the house because ain't no way in hell am I getting him involved in whatever the fuck is going on. All right. Yeah. I'll. Yeah. All right. All right. I'll be there. I'll be there in a second. And she'll
Alright.
hang up.
I'm going to immediately tell TT, like, TT, take care of his phone. Tell him to go, and we need to get his phone squared away. And Eric needs to go pick Jessica up.
All right. Teacher's gonna go back into the room, give Eric a burner phone, tell him he'll be doctoring his and sending him to Jessica's location.
Yes, sir. I'll go pick up this Jessica. All right.
I'm sending a car after you. He'll ferry her suitor back to the house.
Yes, sir.
And
You might have to.
as they're talking, I'm gonna throw my keys to Eric and say, "Make it fast."
All right. And he will begin to run up the stairs and out the door. Anyone wish to do anything before Brett arrives?
I'm gonna just look around. Like, I'm gonna step outside and look and see if there's somebody I can go grab to munch on real quick, but like not
Just
put
a
too much
random
effort.
Don't. No.
No, like a criminal.
No. Just
If
no.
Just no.
Paranoid as fuck.
You haven't had a clean feeding yet.
It's just she's not wrong. She's not wrong.
If you wanted really to avoid that and also feed, you could technically drink some of the blood bags of TT.
Oh yeah, he does have. Then I'll
Cost
ask
you some
TT.
willpower.
Yeah, then I'll ask TT if I can snag a couple blood packs. Or at least
Yes.
one.
Yes. I just got two here.
I will pay you back, I promise.
He looks amused at that and then shakes his head. Go mark inventory.
It's one willpower per blood bag, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna drink one, and that'll put me down to 2, so I'm good to go.
As you choke down the disgusting tasting blood, but you manage to do it and keep it down. You can go down one. And with that, Jessica, as you and Tommy are waiting outside the fair, eventually you will see the familiar car of of Brandon pulling up, except you will see a stranger in the car, in the driver's seat. You have never seen before. You have never told. No one told you that this person exists or is coming to pick you up. And it.
Well, I did say I was sending someone to pick her up.
Yeah.
And she said thank you.
Then you just see some random person driving his car, and he will just kind of pull up towards you guys and wind down the window and say, "Sorry, are you Jessica?"
Yeah, and who are you?
I'm Eric. I'm a new hire of Brandon. If you want to pop in,
Yeah, I'll go sit in the front seat with Eric.
All right,
Oh God.
nice to meet you, ma'am. I'll be protecting you from now on.
Oh, you're gonna be protecting me. How nice.
Yes, ma'am. Tommy
How
will
nice.
come in the
My
middle
body
and
with harem.
yeah, Tommy will actually come in the middle and look at you and say no.
That would be the ultimate pettiness on Jessica's part, is to try and add the Venture's bodyguard to her harem.
Oh,
Giving
she's
her
already
ideas.
starting to activate awe, so
But
She could condition them the way they Raw did in the Stargate movie.
and
but
they call
yeah,
me
she's
a
gonna
nerd.
yeah, she's just gonna quickly turn on awe and just
Yeah.
smile.
Then
It's
he
very
will.
nice to meet you.
You too, ma'am. Might I say you look beautiful tonight.
Thank you.
Tommy
Am
from
I
the
gonna have
back,
to make
easy.
rolls? Am I gonna have to make rolls for his driving, since I did specify to make it fast?
Yes, you would, as you did say fast. So make a dexterity driving roll. And I believe, did someone say they were sending another car to pick up Tommy and deliver him back to the house? Did someone say that?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I think they said it was going to be a
PT
hearse.
sent another car to deposit Tommy back to the house in case Jessica has to be adjusted course to run into us, or wherever Tommy wants to go. Really.
Two. He's not incredibly fast,
I
as he's
was
been.
about to say, can he willpower that?
He can willpower, but right now he's being very distracted by Jessica. So, yeah. Oh, that is 5. But even as he's being distracted by Jessica, he is an incredible driver, and he is swerving in and out of traffic, making his way as quickly as possible, and it is very impressive. And eventually, you will arrive with his speed actually before Brett, because of the 5. You will arrive before Brett comes, and you will all see that coming down the stairs eventually, Jessica with this new bodyguard is almost drooling over Jessica as she comes down the stairs. Oh, watch your step, man.
Deactivate. Yeah, I would deactivate. I would deactivate as I'm coming down the stairs, so it doesn't look like it's like apparent that I'm like, you know.
Okay.
She doesn't want the Venturer to catch her in the act of.
In that case.
Well, Eric, it was very nice to meet you, and I think you're gonna make an excellent member of this team.
You too, ma'am. And this one, sorry, I didn't get your name. And Tommy will go, Tommy, mate. Yeah, Tommy. Tommy, I'm also protecting this one, boss.
Yes.
All right.
Jess, do you have anywhere you want to send him?
Tommy, why don't you go back and pick up a shift with Hector tonight? I will pay you.
It's all right. I'm guessing it's one of those things. Yeah.
I just don't want you to get hurt. And last time you were where we were, or where I assume we're going, it didn't work out so great. So I'm gonna call Hector. I would at least like you to go and not be bored in the house while we're gone.
Right.
As you're saying that, I'm gonna say, would you like Eric to stay at the club and perform security for Hector's club?
Yes,
All right,
I will call Hector. And she's
start.
just gonna send off a text that's saying, "Hey, Tommy and new guy gonna come by. Give them jobs. I'll make it up to you."
And
Sends back.
I'll tell Eric,
Uh,
sorry to run you ragged, but just do this for us tonight and watch over Tommy.
no problem, boss. I'll watch over Tommy and this club. Um, all right. You guys,
And
are you going to be okay without me?
I'm going to go up to Tommy and whisper in Tommy's ear. He doesn't know about us.
Oh, I was hoping you'd make that mistake.
What? I was whispering in Tommy's ear.
No. I mean, not telling Tommy that he doesn't know.
Yeah, no, I'm like, he doesn't know about us.
Mm-hmm.
Act normal.
He kind of just nods and out of game. Yeah, it would have been real weird when Tommy would have said
Oh,
like, "So how did you get into this situation? You know, with these guys?"
yeah. Oh, 100%. That's why I was like, nope.
He nods, and Eric will begin to kind of escort him upstairs, and he begins to like kind of banter with him a little bit, and saying like, "Oh, so you're from England then, sir?" I was like, "Yeah," and they'll kind of just make their way out, leaving you guys to quickly talk about anything before Brett arrives.
I would just take a few minutes to go make sure that I'm wearing like proper clothes for this meeting.
Quick question. Why do we care that the sheriff of another country is mad at you?
It's a long story, TT. We'll explain as best as we can.
Well, give
Actually, it's
us the
best that we
Cliff
probably
Notes.
know before the sheriff gets here, so that
Didn't
we know
we?
whether we need to be near an
did-
exit or we can sit and relax.
So my thing is, didn't we already explain like the coins and because y'all were there
You did.
when we went over the
Okay, the
coins?
coins are somebody else. What does the sheriff want with you?
Yeah.
Because the sheriff of London is under the person who gave us the coins. I mean, unless your characters like actually wouldn't understand that, I would have assumed
We have
that.
evidence to this, or we're just speculating?
Well, because the person who gave us the coins is the Prince of London, and this is one of the sheriffs of London.
So where does the sheriff and the coins connect?
So what they know is that you guys got a job, I guess with coins or some shit, and you're like, cool, we have them. And now the sheriff's popping up, and you're like, well, what?
So we didn't explain the note saying that
No.
we were going to be sent for again. Okay, I
You're
thought
very
we had
tight-lipped.
explained
You
both
just
parts.
you had coins, cool. You showed us the coin, we're like, interesting.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then there's
Yeah,
now a sheriff of another
I
country.
thought we had also explained like the note
Nope.
too that came with them.
No,
You kept that as
we
secret.
chose.
Okay.
Which is all well and good and stuff, but now there's a sheriff here and someone's mad.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah, our personal well-being is in question here, so we need to.
I'm going to.
If this is going to endanger us, we need to know.
I'm gonna tell Nathan, try to fill them in as best as you can. I'm gonna go talk to Jess, and I will like stand outside the door to Jess's room. Like I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
go-
don't barge in on her while she's changing.
Yeah. You'll hear me knock, kind of like the shaving a haircut thing, and you'll hear my like back kind of thump against the wall outside. Say, I don't know if this is about Nathan's coin or the other ones, but if it comes down to it, I already told Nathan we may not be able to preserve him from this.
She's gonna open the door, fully clothed, and all right. Well, I can only hope that it's not that.
I just want to get. I'm hoping it was the other part, and we're being summoned back to London. I am ready to get away from And I'm gonna like look around to make sure nobody's close, and cover the speaker on my phone, or the microphone on my phone, and I'm gonna say, I'm really ready to get away from this prince.
Huh. You too.
And as like she says that, I'm gonna like start to walk off. Let's just say there's some things he didn't perform to standards.
I have fuck all clue about Camarilla politics or whatever the fuck. But I have my own reasons too.
Something's not right with him.
Something's not right with anything in this situation. It's not just him.
Anyways, I'm going back downstairs with the others.
I'm gonna follow you. Let's go. She's gonna take her box of Milk Duds and she's gonna start popping them in her mouth and just walking and eating.
Now the question is, did Nathan tell them about everything?
Nathaniel, did you tell them everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you would fill them in about the message, the hidden message from Mithras, where he left mistakes and a clue in a letter that he sent to you. What was hidden in the capital letters basically spelled out that the baronies of what was it? The baronies of Avalon would be requiring your help in the future, letting the coterie know that Mithras would need them soon. And the coins seem to be tied with that. Do TT and Aaliyah say anything when she fills you in?
So, well, I mean, a cult or academics role for Mithras?
Say again.
Cult or academics to know who Mithras is?
This would be. It can be either a cult or politics with intelligence.
Okay.
And wouldn't the kindred history specialty he said he took earlier?
Yes, it would.
Oh, terrible.
Well, Aaliyah, you have heard of him. You know, you've had ties with London. He is the big man there. He is one of the top dogs in, well, not just Europe, but the entire world when it comes to kindred. He's one of the ancient ones, 4th generation, the oldest, most powerful generation. You know that he is incredibly powerful. Were they 4? Would you know? Yeah. You know that he is someone who is quite literally seen as a god, a living god. He has a religion built around him. People literally worship him. He is known for his bravery, his incredible tenacity, and his way to outwit everyone he's ever come up against. And yeah, he is definitely a kindred that you want to impress and never want to make angry.
So you guys went and made him angry then, right?
We don't know what's going on.
So you were given some kind of instruction from Mithras or one of his representatives, and you didn't treat it seriously?
We did what we could to keep the coins safe, and not all of us got rid of them. Hence why we had to explain why we were snapping on Nathan the first time.
Yeah, does it make a little bit more sense why we might have been just a tad bit stressed out hearing that news now? I'm not even I'm new to the Camarilla, and even I know that when some Lumen Force sends somebody to do their dirty work for them, like how they did, you tend to not want to piss off the guy on top on top.
This will be entertaining if nothing else.
Mm.
Mm.
I've never met a Methuselah. It would be very interesting to do so if I could do it from an arm's distance.
We didn't meet him either last time.
Although Elizabeth was a lot of fun.
Annoying.
She liked me. But, you know, it's because I'm adorable. Yeah, he sends, like, I think she might have been a little bit older. She likes to send the old ones to do stuff with the bottom feeders. That is our, little group of associates here.
Oh, you're suggesting like Methuselah have underlings that deal with all the BS they don't want to?
Yeah, something
Now,
like that.
now that's a revelation. I've never thought that was possible.
You know, I don't need the sarcasm right now.
That's all she is sarcasm. And as I say that, I'll go and open the door.
Okay. You go to the door and you see Brett there waiting. Hello, hello, hello. So, before we go, do you want to maybe fill me in on what you guys were really doing in London?
We have no idea what's happening.
Great. That makes, well, all of us. All right, everyone ready to go?
Yeah.
Go where?
Well, to the princes.
I'm already, like, as I say that we have no idea what's happening, I'm already walking to the car. Like, I had motioned for Alice to come on, and I'm already walking to the car.
Okay. Everyone else?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. George Ham. I'll be right back. TT dashes back up stairs to his room.
Mhm.
Click, 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 click.
And-
Do superficials heal overnight?
Yes.
Don't you have to rouse for superficials?
No, after one night, I believe you heal, like, automatically one. And then if you want to heal more, it's a rouse.
Oh, okay.
I believe so, anyway. But yes, you all begin to pile into the car, and a few moments pass. TT?
Yep, he comes back out and piles in as well.
Okay. You all get in the car, which is silent for a while, as you begin to make your way to the princes. In the car, Brett will kind of look at all of you. So, what's the word? No one knows? Don't want to share?
TT looks at him with sheer confusion in his face.
I mean, come on. You can tell a Toreador. We can keep secrets.
Honey child, can you tell me what's going on?
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, well, that makes two of us then.
Shame. Fine, I guess we'll wait and see. And you will carry on, making your way to the princes, eventually arriving a good, 30-minute drive, finally getting to the mansion that you saw before. You're quickly led in and up to the main house. The doors open and you're led back into the main hall where the trial happened last time.
Is the prince already in there, or?
Wait 1 second. I have lost my thing. No, 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 no. There you go. You see these faces as you enter. If you would please all place your tokens around here.
And I'm gonna go ahead and take a knee.
And as you enter, you will immediately be kind of bombarded with shouting from the prince. Not at you, but at this foreign sheriff. And as he says, "You do not give me orders, nor does he." And the sheriff will say, "I am not here to give you orders, Prince Jackson. I am only here to convey his will. And that is all." What is everyone doing?
I'm just staying on my knee. I'm not about any of this right now, especially with it being that loud.
Okay. Aaliyah, put your token on the map, please.
Not doing it.
Oh, God damn it, why? Hang on a second. Let me just check your... Yep, you have permission. There you go.
I will sort of scan the room for people's reactions while I walk over to TT, and I will hand TT one of my bloodstones that I have on me.
Okay.
TT looks at it, recognizes it, glanced up with a quirked brow.
Looking around.
You know what it's for. And I will let TT, I'll just let TT, you know what it's for.
He nods and slips it away.
You see that Damien, the sheriff, is with sword in hand and looking a little bit nervous and trying to just remain still. The sheriff from London is unarmed and he is trying to be diplomatic right now. And Brett is kind of just smiling slightly as he's getting all this juiciness that he's probably going to spread around the city in a matter of seconds. But before he can really get into it, this person will kind of gesture to shoo him away, and he will kind of frown and leave.
Brett's already in the process of texting all
Yes.
of the Tory over.
Oh my God! You know what I just saw?
He's got the Twitch channel going.
Yep. But at this point, the prince looks over at you and says, "Rise!"
I'm gonna stand up and keep my head tilted down.
Now, I'm going to ask you this once, and only once. Have any of you had any contact with Todd or Dee? Do you know where they are?
No.
Mm-mm. The last time we saw Todd and Dee the last time we saw Dee was back in London, and the last time we saw Todd was at his Elysium.
Well, things are falling out of place of late. As it would seem, reports have come in with the investigation of their disappearance that Dee was acting very strangely the last few days before disappearing himself. Talking about strange things, about a coin, about London. Now, do any of you know about this? And before any of you do anything, this sheriff over here will kind of turn to look at all of you. And I would like... Actually, no, it'd be pretty obvious. He kind of looks at your direction and slowly nods his head like, no.
I'm gonna say, no, Prince. We only know of what we accomplished in London.
And if no one speaks, he will look you up and down, Brandon. Very well. Now, I do not know how things are done in London, but these are mine. They are my kindred, and they do not go at the beck and call of other princes. And at this point, the sheriff will kind of say from London, "It is not a order, Prince Jackson. It is more of a request. And these individuals did such a good job last time that they have been asked back. That is all. And may I remind you that how much you owe my prince. And a small favor here now would go a long way with him." You will see Prince Jackson kind of begin to squeeze his throne, and you watch as the wood begins to splinter. And
Can I can I
yep,
make an insight check to see if this is like if the sheriff from London is referring to like some sort of a boon that he owes the prince, that Prince Jackson owes Mithras?
what's insight?
Like, I'm gonna rouse for this.
It's going to be at a high DC,
Oh, I already have a
a
feeling.
challenge.
All right. Um, which insight? Where is insight?
Very nice. But please hit the
Oh,
compulsion.
wow.
And may I say
No.
that the wrong compulsion could get you killed here. So, hunger.
Okay.
That is the best one you could probably get right now. He will.
I will take the hunger for knowing this juiciness.
You will look at Prince Jackson and how he is behaving, and when he says that, you will see like a struggle is happening on the inside, and you can clearly see that Mithras or whoever who has sent this this sheriff has a lot of power, and he is struggling to even deny the sheriff, and that probably means that he has something over this prince, over your prince. Mithras definitely, has something on him, and at that point, the sheriff will walk up to Prince Jackson, and as he does, the other sheriff will kind of join at his back and almost readying the sword for a second if the London sheriff, didn't act accordingly. And he will take out what looks to be a letter that looks very familiar to you. It's the same type of paper, the same type of look. And he will hand it over to Prince Jackson, who will immediately begin to read it furiously. This
Oh,
this is also up to the coterie. Now I am sure after they have only recently come back from the UK that they are weary and would not wish a another trip back there. But please, go ahead and ask them. But I cannot see them agreeing to this. And the sheriff will kind of bow a little bit. Thank you, Prince Jackson. Very well. And he will turn around and look at the group. My prince is requiring your assistance once more. And as you can see, if you would all agree, your prince is willing to let you go. And then Prince Jackson speaks up. But if you are not willing, then we are done here. And he will kind of give the eyes to Brandon like, you know what to do. You have a decision to make.
I'm gonna smirk, just like ever so slightly. And I'm gonna say, well, I speak for myself and not the rest of the members here. Even my child has her own say in this. I would be more than willing to make another venture as to assist a fellow kindred as well as someone who is such a pivotal structure to my clan, the clan of Ventru.
The prince stands immediately before you can even finish that, and he looks as the smile drops from his face and looks you deep in the eyes, and you see anger. As well as the man beside him kind of takes a few steps forwards, looking shocked, as well as the sheriff, as it seems that you have just betrayed, in some ways, your prince.
Surely Prince Jackson would not be opposed to allowing us to assist Lord Mithras again, ever so slightly, that he may find some benefit out of it himself by sending us. And I would also love.
I would be happy to help Prince Mithras as he stares at you.
I myself would also love to meet the great Lord York. I have heard many stories of his exploits in his time.
Well, there you see, Prince Jackson. Already we have one volunteer. And what about your child? I believe also from the motherland. And she will step forward and then look at you, Brandon, and then look back at the prince and then at the sheriff. I would like to stay with my sire. I would be happy to go back. And she quickly steps back in line. That is wonderful. And you, what is your name? And looking at you, Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, sir.
And would you be willing to venture back to the old country?
He's going to hesitate a bit before. Of course, I would be honored to.
For a second, you think that Prince Jackson is about to snarl at you, Nathaniel, as he gives you a very dirty look. And then the sheriff will look at you, Jessica. And you, my lady.
My name is Jessica, and I would have a couple of conditions in which I would go. It's just I have a ghoul who lived across the pond. I was told that if he ever came back, that he would die. He helps me during the day. I just want to be sure that I can bring him with me. And
of course, it's something that I can arrange.
Thank you. And I also have a somebody else that would come with me. They help me in my day-to-day life. Would I be able to bring him as well?
Is this another ghoul?
It's another kindred.
Ah, I could probably make room. Yes, this can be done. Although, please be aware that their actions would reflect closely on you.
I'm aware. They're well behaved.
Very good. And, does that mean you agree to come?
Anything to lend a hand to somebody as powerful as Mithras.
The person next to Prince Jackson will again snarl at you, Jessica, as you say that. And then he will kind of rotate around, looking at the newcomers now and looking at you, Aaliyah. And you, my dear, you are a new face. It is a shame that you did not venture to the old world last time, but you are here now and you have an opportunity to see the world a little bit more.
Yeah, London is lovely. I've been there in the past. I really love the London Museum. It's
Ah,
phenomenal. You can't beat it.
this is fantastic. Then you will be right at home. What do you say?
Sure, I just need a little bit of head time, and after that, I'll be ready to go.
Ah, and you, good sir, another new face. Are you willing to come see the sights?
Titi looks to the side of him because he know he ain't talking to him.
What?
Titi looks around because he's not talking to him, right? He know he ain't talking to him.
Yeah, he's got the like, ooh, me? I know you ain't talking to me.
Sir, hello, sir. Yes, you.
Yeah. He looks bemused and cuts a quick glance to Jackson.
He looks horrified at this situation, and he has a look on his eye like, "You better not."
Oh, I do want to say that I have maintained my smirk throughout all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Jess just has a blank face. You're not my prince.
I mean,
Not my prince.
you know.
Wait, so hold on. I'm thinking about this, like politically and shit. TT's
Oh,
a thin blood.
Yeah. Finblood, I mean, you would know this. You do this, you embarrass the prince like this, you come back, you're dead. Like
I
the
think
others,
all of us.
they'd probably, well, it depends on who your size are and what your standing is, but the others, they could probably get away with some things. You, as Finblood,
It's a wrap.
yeah, it is. You go to London, you stay in fucking London.
So
And hope for asylum.
Yeah.
politically, what if he wasn't a thin blood when he came back?
It
Oh,
depend on your sire.
Hmm.
get sired by Mithras.
Difficult for him to pull off. TT shakes his head. Apologies, but I can't leave the country for reasons at the moment.
Are you sure? The old world is such a beautiful place, and for someone as such as yourself, and he kind of looks you like knowingly in the eye, it is a oasis.
What does TT know about Europe and thin bloods?
You can make me a intelligence politics check, and add You can add the history as well.
Here it is. Politics, add intelligence.
Come on, TT, you ain't failed a single roll yet.
I think I
Ooh.
re-roll.
2 of
I think I
those.
spent a point of willpower and re-roll 2.
Yep.
Come on, TT.
You jinxed him.
Right. I feel bad now.
Good
Oh,
job.
I see. Hold on. So this goes back.
Was this kind of like so with the nod that we caught from the sheriff earlier in reference to the coins, is it like another nod where it's like, or is what he said kind of like a subtle hint like you'll be protected there kind of
You
thing?
know. With A2, you've heard that some parts of Europe they fully just slaughter Finbloods on sight. But there are other parts where Finbloods have been allowed to thrive, and even being placed in, spots of power. Some have been even elevated to even primogen level, being a primogen of Finbloods.
Wow.
Yeah, there are places out there that do this. They are very rare, but from what you can see, as he is saying, Oasis, you're not sure if it's one of those, absolute paradises where there are Finblood primogens, but from what it looks like, he's saying, you would be safe there.
Insight check?
On him, yeah.
Yeah. What do you want? Like manipulation,
Wits.
intelligence, wits?
Wits insight.
Wits insight. 3.
3. Okay. You look at him and you can see that he's honestly being genuine. He is saying, like, this is a rough situation here in America where most Finblood are either killed, branded on sight, or at the most, or should I say the best, just ignored and left to fend for themselves. He's at least, giving you like the look of, you wouldn't be the only Finblood in London. But it's up to you. Final decision.
They can never come back to Chicago.
Nope. If you go, you are going, and the only way you come back here and not immediately die is if you get turned and you achieve something greater while you're away, something noticeable.
I am so glad I consolidated my stuff.
Yeah. Keep in mind, TT, if you have a haven, you're going to lose it, as you cannot take some things with you.
Mm-hmm.
That goes for others as well.
TT looks at the man and I want to do this though.
In game and out of character.
Do it.
Like in character and out of character, we're just like, fuck.
What do I do? What do I do?
No, there are options, just how to do it is the problem. He looks at the man, and where's he positioned right now? He shakes his head. So sorry. I know someone that might be able to help you that I'd be happy to send along, but my hands are tied. And even as he says that, his expression to the man is like, oh, I'll be going.
Okay, yeah.
But-
so you will see the man kind of smile and not let the others see, and then quickly kind of hide the smile away and take a step back. Well, I tried. It would seem Mr. TT will be staying behind. And you see Prince Jackson smile. Yes, he is far too important for me to let him go anyway.
One quick word, Sheriff. As TT will not be going, might it be allowed that I bring my bodyguard, as I have recently hired on a bodyguard to protect me and my fellow acquaintances.
Another ghoul.
No, I dare not ghoul him, as I am keeping him in the dark. At this point, he thinks this is a business venture, in which I am truly trying to set up a business venture, but for him, he only knows it as a business venture.
You may bring who you wish, but be aware that even though Prince Mithras is inviting you all, he is a true champion of the laws, and anyone you bring, you are responsible for. If they break the masquerade, you will feel the penalty. You understand?
I'm going to nod and kind of give a slight thank you bow, and as I do, I'm going to say, yes, I understand it entirely, and perhaps one day I can properly bring him into our society as a true ghoul bodyguard. But for now, he will remain a business associate.
Very well. Well, I already know where you live, and tomorrow I will come pick you up and fill you in on some of the details, and we will go from there. Is that right, Prince Jackson? Yes, that is fine. Brandon, come here for a moment.
I'm gonna like smirk and kind of bow
Oh.
and walk. So as I go, I'm gonna shoot the sheriff of London a quick this could end badly for me, and walk up and kneel. I'm gonna try and I'm kind of scared, but I'm gonna try and kneel and try to hide.
No, and he will kind of grab you and force you up. No need for that. And he will put an arm around you, and then begin to walk away into the corner, away from everyone else. Brandon, please make me a intelligence resolve
Oh no.
as he begins to look you in the eye and whisper something to you.
I'm going to rouse for this.
Okay.
You said intelligence resolve?
Yep.
Where is resolve? Where is it? I can't find it in the... Oh, there it is. Resolve +2. Oof. I'm going to willpower.
Okay.
I'm probably going to fail this. Jesus. Willpower reroll. The 2 failed. Fuck. Alright.
Okay, free. 1 second.
Oh, I didn't add Unswayable Mind.
You can add that. Just roll. What is this? How many dots have you got in that?
Just the 1.
So just roll a d10.
So 1d10. Come on.
Yep.
7.
4.
I
That is 4
know it
successes.
probably didn't help, but
There's a modifier of.
fuck, I should have also boosted my fucking intelligence. Well, no, you can't. You can only do physical. My bad. Fuck.
That is. That is 7 successes. As I forgot to put the goddamn thing. If you hover over the 5, it'll show you all the successes.
Yeah.
It doesn't add.
Nah.
It doesn't double the 2 10s. So that is 7. Okay.
Yeah.
He will say something to you.
Don't 1s negate the ones not negate the?
No, not in V5, only in V20.
Okay.
Or like previous editions.
And he will say something to you, and you will kind of blink a few times. What did he just say? And then he will look at you and smile. Well, make sure to show them across the pond the true nature of an American Ventrue. And he'll say this loudly so everyone can hear.
Can I make an insight roll to, like, kind of subconsciously know that he just used a vengeful power on me?
He has something that you do not realize that you are under any, can't remember what it's called, under any effects.
Okay.
You mean entrancement?
Yes, I think it's that one. Is it that one? No, it's something else. It's where they do not realize that they are being controlled or doing anything.
Gotcha.
But he will walk over and he will look to the sheriff, smile. Very well. TT, I know that was a tough decision, but yes, it would seem that America needs you too much. And you'll see Damien, as he says that, like, almost begin to roll his eyes and then quickly just stop himself.
TT nods but remains silent. I don't think he's supposed to talk.
And with that, the prince will look at you and say, well, I believe you all have some packing to do. Don't let me keep you. The doors open behind you. As you see Brett just jumping away from the door as he was probably trying to overhear and listen in. You guys leave?
Fucking Brett.
Is the sheriff of London leaving?
He does not seem to be leaving. He seems to be going back to talking with the prince, with like a bit of heat between them.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and go out.
And as you leave, the sheriff will quickly turn and look at you, at the group, and say, oh, apologies, I did not properly introduce myself. I am Gilliman.
I'm gonna look at him and give a polite gesture, like a polite bow, and say, very well met, Mr. Gilliman.
Pleasure to meet you. Hello.
Ooh, sorry. Hang on, retcon some things.
Mm?
This guy is not the sheriff. This guy is the sheriff. You can see why I got them confused.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, not Gilliman. He'll say his name is Cyril. Cyril Masters.
He looks stately.
Very well put together.
And he will nod at all of you as you begin to leave. And that is where we will call tonight's game. That is a good leaving point.
Ye